up and make we steam it. Fresh so me need it, tilapia a real fish. Cook it up and make we roast it. Farm fresh so me need it, tilapia a real fish. Grow smart at the best part. Food for thought so me have to eat smart. Easy catch, fully net. A tilapia so you don't know what's next. Cook it up and make we fry it. Fresh so me need it, tilapia a real fish. Bring home the best in freshwater fish. High content of vitamin B3, protein and potassium. Tilapia, simple, healthy, delicious.
Welcome to PBCJ's coverage of the Lower House. I'm Simone Absalom Gale. The session will start with prayers followed by a roll call of those in attendance. This is usually followed by questions and answers to questions, statements by ministers, items under public business, and private members' motions. But before we begin, let's try a parliamentary trivia question. True or false? Jamaica's building code is being established through an act of parliament in 2025. Get the answer at the end of this introduction. In this session's sitting, under statements by ministers, Member of Parliament and Minister of Transport, Telecommunications and Energy Darrell Vaz is down to address the House. Under public business, the Road Traffic Reduction of License Duty Order 2025 is to be tabled and taken. This is aimed at streamlining the motor vehicle licensing process and reducing associated costs through increased efficiency. The closing of the debate on the Criminal Records Rehabilitation of Offenders Amendment Act 2025. The 2025 amendments to the Criminal Records Rehabilitation of Offenders Act in Jamaica are designed to, among other things, expand access to expungement by increasing the eligibility threshold for jail sentences from 5 to 10 years. Also on the agenda, private members' motion from Mr. Clifford Everald Warmington, CD and Member of Parliament for St. Catherine Southwestern. And that's what's on the agenda. It should be noted that elements of the day's agenda can be changed or moved. But before we go, here are a few things you should bear in mind if you plan to attend a session at Gordon House. No visitor shall create any act of disorder within the house. No visitor shall be admitted to the house without first obtaining an admission card. Visitors who remain within the precincts of the house during a suspension of the session are asked to keep silent. No photography, videography, or sketching of the proceedings is allowed unless so authorized by the presiding officer. It's almost time to go to the main event, but before that, let's get the answer to the trivia question. We asked, true or false? Jamaica's building code is being established through an act of parliament in 2025. That's false. The truth is, Jamaica's building code is established through the Building Act 2018, which designates the International Building Code as the foundation for the National Code, supplemented by other standards and regulations. Local authorities are responsible for enforcing the code, and the Kingston and St. Andrew Building Act provides some specific regulations for those areas. The proceeding will begin in a few moments.
We want a peace for Jamaica. Yeah. We have to be our brother's keeper. Yeah. Jamaica live good, yeah. I make we enjoy life. Want we feel safe at night. Jamaica live good. I better you and I. No say we future bright. Jamaica live good. Come together as one. I make the violence the world.
Once upon a time in a Caribbean island known for its rich culture, natural beauty, lived a group of people who were buried in piles and piles and more piles of paper. Papers spanning back to the start of time. Then came a bright idea, harnessing technology to work smarter and not harder. The government of Jamaica is improving its operations to serve citizens better. Many services are now available online, and there's more to come. The government of Jamaica, building a better public sector for all.
Are you an entrepreneur producing an excellent Jamaican product or service? Did you know you can earn hard currency and more significant returns by exporting? Contact the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce to help propel your business along the export lane.
Everything you can produce, the Jamaicans overseas want it. We're not going to get rich by just bringing down the debt. We're going to get rich by exporting a lot more. So grow exports, create job opportunities, drive economic growth through exports to make Jamaica a richer and much more prosperous country.
Do your part to prevent mosquito breeding. Mosquitoes will breed in any container that holds water.
Tightly cover water storage containers such as drums, barrels, buckets and tanks. If this cannot be done, pour cooking oil on the water surface. Punch holes in all tins, plastics and beverage boxes to prevent the collection of water before disposal. Cover all tires or fill with dirt to prevent water collection. Scrub all vases once per week to remove mosquito eggs. Use mosquito repellents to protect yourself from mosquito bites. Dispose of garbage properly by placing in plastic bags and securing properly to prevent water collection.
A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
Dengue is ordinarily a mild disease. Persons may get a fever, headache, joint and muscle pains. The illness is often resolved through rest and adequate hydration along with paracetamol to treat the accompanying fever. However, on occasions the illness can progress to severe dengue, which can result in organ failure, bleeding and severe fluid depletion that can lead to shock and even death. Therefore, it is important for persons who are experiencing fever, vomiting, severe abdominal pain, bleeding under the skin, feeling very weak, or getting confused to seek immediate attention. Let us work together to protect ourselves against dengue.
Jamaica, I can help you protect our citizens.
Jamaica Eye will play a part in increasing your public safety.
Jamaica Eye is part of an island-wide network of camera surveillance systems designed to increase the safety of you, our citizens. If you have a camera system outside your home or office facing a public space, log on to jamaicai.gov.jm today. Jamaica Eye, we're all connected. The Ministry of National Security, creating a safer and prosperous Jamaica.
Every year, the Jamaican Parliament approves billions of our taxes to be spent on goods and services provided by the private sector. Everything from pens to power plants, cleaning services to construction are obtained through a process called public procurement. But who funds this process? Citizens do. And we want our taxes to be spent wisely. When we talk about public procurement, there's a critical concept called value for money. We hear it in the Parliament all the time, but what does it really mean? Some think value for money means choosing the cheapest option, but it's more than that. For example, a community needs a new bridge, and the government receives bids from 3 companies. Company A offers to build it for $10 million in 18 months with a 50-year lifespan. Company B wants $12 million to finish in 12 months with a 75-year lifespan. Company C asks for $8 million, needs 24 months with a 25-year lifespan. Company B actually offers the best value for money. To determine that, we look for 4 crucial factors: economy, efficiency, effectiveness, and equity. Let's explore what each means. For economy, we must look beyond the upfront price and consider the full lifetime costs to maintain the bridge. Cheaper options could lead to frequent and expensive repairs. We get efficiency if the bridge is built within budget and on time, with no waste of materials.
from whom alone cometh all counsel, wisdom, and understanding. We, thine unworthy servants, here gathered today, together in thy name, do most humbly beseech thee to send down thy heavenly wisdom from above, to direct and guide us in all our consultations. And grant that we, having thy fear always before our eyes, and laying aside all private interests, prejudices, and partial affections, the result of all our counsel may be to the glory of thy blessed name, the maintenance of true religion and justice, the safety, honor, and happiness of the king, the public weal, peace, and tranquility of the island, and the uniting and knitting together of the hearts of all persons and estates within the same, in true Christian love and charity one towards another, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
You may be seated. This Honorable House now resumes its sitting. I wish to welcome all to the sitting of the Honorable House of Representatives for today, Tuesday, November 25th, 2025. As always, it's an honor and privilege to do so. Today, in addition to the usual business of the House, we will be paying tribute to the former Member of Parliament for St. Elizabeth North and Southwest, Mr. Melford Brown, and film, musical, and cultural icon, the Honorable Jimmy Cliff O.M. These two gentlemen gave to Jamaica and the world in significant but different ways. Our country and its people are better off as a result of the contribution and service rendered by both in their respective fields. Today, as this Honorable House pays its tribute, I would ask that we also, my apologies, I think instead of going so detailed, let me just welcome those who are in the gallery and those who are joining us via mainstream media and PBCJ Live, and a warm welcome to all of those who continue to pay attention to our Parliament so that they have the benefit of learning what the process of governance is all about. Thank you. Clerk, call of the roll, please.
Mr. Clark. Here. Mr. Green. Dr. Holness. Dr. Chang. Mrs. Williams. Mr. Bartlett. Ms. Grange. Dr. Tufton. Mr. Mackenzie. Mr. Montague. Mr. Vaz, Mr. Chuck, Mr. Charles Jr., Mr. Morgan, Ambassador Marks, Mr. Samuda, Dr. Wheatley, Mrs. Cuthbert Flynn, Mr. Terry Long, Mr. Witter, Mrs. Dalrymple Filbert, Ms. Morrison, Ms. Lee, Mr. Donovan Williams, Mr. Main, Ms. Crawford, Mr. Delroy Williams, Ms. Hamilton, Mr. Sivright, Mr. Azan, Mr. Brown, Dr. Brownberg, Mr. Buchanan, Mr. Bunting, Ms. Burchell, Dr. Campbell, Mr. Cousins, Mr. Crawford, Miss Daly, Dr. Dawes, Mr. Golding, Mr. Gordon, Mr. Hales, Mr. Hines, Mr. Hilton, Mr. Jackson, Miss Jess, Mrs. Malahoo Fort, Mrs. Miller Bennett, Mr. Morris, Mrs. Nita Garvey, Mr. Newell, Mr. Paulwell, Mr. Phillips, Ms. Perkis, Mr. Robertson, Mr. Robinson, Dr. Russell, Ms. Shaw, Mr. Smith, Mr. Dwayne Vaz, Mr. Warmington, and Mrs. Cuthbert Flynn. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. House Leader, you may proceed in leading out in respect of the tribute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As you indicated earlier, we will start with a tribute to former Member of Parliament, Mr. Melford Sylvester Brown. Madam Speaker, today I would like to take the opportunity to pay my own tribute to one of our own from St. Elizabeth, a man who gave significant service to Jamaica with quiet grace. Mr. Melford Sylvester Brown, who passed away recently. Mr. Brown was committed to advocacy and representation, serving the people of Jamaica in both the political and legal arenas. Mel Brown, as he was affectionately called by most, was known as a three-term parliamentarian and represented the constituency of St. Elizabeth Southwestern, the constituency for which I now represent, from 1972 to 1980, and St. Elizabeth Northwestern from 1993 to 1997. In the 1970s, he also served as parliamentary secretary in the Ministry of Youth and Community Development. He is well known for his legal craft, and as an attorney at law, gave expert advice to his clients and was well respected in the legal fraternity. Having been Member of Parliament from 2016, Madam Speaker, I had occasion to cross paths with Mel Brown a number of times. I found him to be extremely respectable, always willing to give a listening ear. Clearly, I felt that he wanted to advise me. Well, he asked of me why I chose the side I chose. And clearly, I told him that it is by far the better choice. And we, of course, shared a laugh. I know at least two of his children very well. He has Glaspole, Melisha, and Christos. And Christos I know very well, and Melisha. And thankfully, both Melisha and Christos have gone on in his footsteps in relation to law and now run a very thriving practice in Black River. Unfortunately, like most families in Black River, the family would have suffered significant damage from Hurricane Melissa. They live in Black River, the family home is in Black River, and would have suffered tremendous damage. So I know it is an extremely challenging time for the family, and as such, I want to just share my deepest condolences with them and thank Mel Brown for his service to Jamaica and for laying a foundation in the constituency of St. Elizabeth Southwestern. May his soul rest in peace, and may light perpetual shine on him.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I too join in expressing my sympathies and condolences on the passing of former Member of Parliament Mel Brown. As the current member for Southwest St. Elizabeth indicated, he had 2 stints in the Parliament, one during the 70s and the other between 1993 and 1997, which was the period that we both served together. As is known, he retired at the end of that term. I must say, Madam Speaker, I had the benefit of experiencing his grace and his wisdom as a parliamentarian of significant experience, my being a first termer at the time. What I can say, he has made invaluable contribution during his time in this House, and I vouch for that during the period that I served with him. We had the opportunity to meet a few times after he demitted office, and he had continued interest and expressed it in the development of the parish that he was from, served in, and lived in. I was not surprised that the current Member of Parliament conveyed his disappointment that he chose the side he chose. He never said that to the House, but I'm certain Mel Brown would have been disappointed to have heard that from a young man who had some promise. So I too join in conveying best wishes to his family, immediate and wider family members, and those in the legal fraternity that he was a part of for a great number of years. I believe, Madam Speaker, this Parliament was made better for the time that our former colleague Mel Brown served here. And Jamaica is a beneficiary of the sacrifices that he made during that time and those contributions. May his soul rest in peace and light shines perpetually on him.
Let me ask the member from St. James East Central first, and immediately after that, the member from St. Andrews Southern.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I join with my colleagues, House Leader and the member from St. Catherine Southern, in paying tribute to one of the pioneers of the political process in the West. And I said pioneer because of the particular period in which Mel Brown served and the origins, in fact, of Mel Brown as a son of Westmoreland going across to St. Elizabeth to represent the parish on 2 separate occasions, embracing 2 different constituencies. And so it is from that point of view that we speak of him in the terms I mentioned, because it's very few people in time who have transcended to serve in this way. And I remember, not based on my own personal knowledge, but the history of one FLB slave boy, Evans, from Westmoreland Eastern, at the end. But he left Westmoreland Eastern and went to Westmoreland Western in order to defeat somebody who called him a certain name at a certain point in time. And he had a humor that was different. And that humor is the same humor that Mel Brown had as a politician and as a servant of the people in St. Elizabeth. But my own recollection of him as a youngster, as a boy, going to high school in St. Elizabeth, and knowing that Mel got married to one of my family members, was that I didn't understand why he got into politics, because he was a very unlikely character for political conscription. But I think he was overcome by the charm of a certain political leader at the time, as many were. And we as family members said, oh my God, what is Mel Brown doing? But he went and he succeeded and served well, as has been indicated by both members earlier. But he loved Black River. Mel Brown loved Black River. And I know it must have been particularly painful for him, as he expired just a few days, in fact, after Melissa demolished Black River. And I know that he spent all his years nurturing and building the communities around Black River, Slipe and Kataboo, and Mountainside. And believe me, he, for me, was part of the inspiration that caused my own entry into representation politics. It was a little painful for me to see. It was a little painful for me to see him going to a seat where there was no history. There was no antecedent to support his choice of going to that seat, but perhaps sheer loyalty. Northwest St. Elizabeth. And I mean, he managed to win it because of a particular incident that took place at the time. You remember that incident? when all of the West went a certain way. And I had to go down and recover it. So he went, and of course his tenure was truncated by the simple fact that he had broken a tradition which had to be retained. So the Lewises literally owned Northwest. And then, of course, JC took over from him and has been the Member of Parliament to his retirement in the last election. But he's a family man, or was a family man, a strong family man. And he liked his juice a little bit. He enjoyed a good little relationship with Bacchus, you know, from time to and he was part of what almost became a Brown clan member Green, with John Brown and Mel Brown and all of them. And they were a wonderful set of men, doctor, lawyers, and other professionals in the town of Black River who really made the town hum, if you allow me to use that phrase, Madam Speaker. So his has been a full life, well lived, a contribution well made, and a tradition that his family is proud of today, and we, the beneficiaries of his wonderful legacy, can feel proud that we knew him, we met him, and he added value to our existence. So as he goes and we pay tribute to him in this honorable house, let us be reminded that ours is the responsibility to continue to serve and to serve well, so that when our moment has come and we expire, it can be said like Mel, he did well, and we want him to go in peace and in the name of the Lord. So may his soul rest in peace, and light perpetual shine on him as we offer condolences to his family and his extended family and the many people of St. Elizabeth and Westmoreland that he served so well over the years.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to add to the encomiums that have been expressed in the House this afternoon, because I got to know Mel Brown over the last 2 years quite well. He had me to his house twice when I was in that part of the world, and he put on a magnificent spread for the team I was with and I, and his family were there. And I can endorse what the member for East Central St. James has said as to the fact that they were a close-knit family and there was a lot of love in that home. And I certainly felt extremely welcome on both occasions that he extended his hospitality to me. He was, I think, well into his 90s, so he lived a good innings, having entered this house first in 1972, and that's, over 50 years ago. And indeed, he also, from our point of view, pulled off a fairly remarkable achievement in winning Northwest St. Elizabeth in 1993. We've heard the excuse given or alluded to by one of the culprits that allegedly caused it. But be that as it may, it's an inspirational legacy, and one which I know we will be looking to build on. And we've already started that process. But Mel Brown was also a highly respected attorney at law. As has been said, 2 of his children were called to the bar and are practicing in the firm of Mel Brown and Co. And, I know that the family must have been very saddened by his passing. He passed on the 22nd of October, which is literally 6 days before the hurricane hit and devastated Black River in such a cataclysmic way. And so I'm, in a way, glad that he was spared, seeing the town, which, as you have said, he loved so much, go through that terrible devastation that has visited it. And I just hope that his family, that they're okay, and that, they will have the opportunity amidst the strife that has afflicted Western Jamaica with the hurricane, be able to mourn their patriarch, Mel Brown, appropriately and well. And may his soul rest in peace. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Last but not least, the member from St. James West Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I join in expressing condolence to the Brown family in particular, and to his son, Dr. Michael Brown. The House Leader referenced 3 of the children, but Mikey, whom I affectionately refer to him as, is a friend and the son of the late Mel Brown. Madam Speaker, when I served in the other branch of government as judge for the parish of St. Elizabeth, Mel Brown regularly appeared before me, and I got to know him very well. To say that he was a character is to put it mildly. He was often referred to as a country squire. He loved the law, and he was in court very often. But I have a fond memory of him, Madam Speaker. On one occasion, the court was sitting, but West Indies was playing, and he had about 6 matters on the list. And all of the cases were ready, and he wanted an adjournment. And when he was asked the reason for the adjournment, he thought, how could the young judge dare to ask a reason when West Indies was playing? And when I said to him that all the cases were ready, and that would not be a sufficient reason for adjournment, he muttered under his breath that when he went to Parliament, I was then in diapers. I came close to asking him to show cause why he should not be cited for contempt, but it ended up as a joke in the court, because almost every attorney on that day wanted to be elsewhere at Sabina Park. I say that to say, Madam Speaker, Mel Brown lived a full life. And I also want to extend condolence to the members of the St. Elizabeth Bar, who I know will greatly mourn his passing. May his soul rest in peace.
Mel Brown served in this honorable house for 12 years and served his nation with pride and integrity. I extend condolences to his family, particularly the Director of Elections, Glasspool Brown, his friends, and those who knew him and loved him. May his soul rest in eternal peace. We will now, House Leader, move along with our next tribute.
Madam Speaker, the next tribute is to the Honorable James Jimmy Cliff Chambers, OM, and we will start the tributes with the Most Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members of the House. Today, Jamaica mourns one of her greatest sons, James Chambers. The renowned Jimmy Cliff passed away on November 24th, 2025, at the age of 81. We extend deepest condolences of a grateful nation to his wife, Latifah, and his children, and his entire family, friends, colleagues, and fans across the globe. We rise in Parliament to honor a boy from deep rural St. James who became an international superstar, a cultural ambassador, and the conscience for the world. Jimmy Cliff was born James Chambers in Somerton District, St. James, the second youngest of 9 children. As a little boy in primary school, he would stand near a neighbor's sound system, absorbing Mento and the early popular music of the day. And then he would go on to write his own music, make his own songs. At 14, his father took him to Kingston officially so he could attend Kingston Technical High School. But in Jimmy's heart, the trip was about music. In East Kingston, he shared a single rented room with his cousin, and it was there he adopted the name Jimmy Cliff, symbolizing the heights he intended to climb. He walked the streets with his notebook, going from producer to producer, entering talent contests, determined that somebody would listen. One evening, as he himself later recalled, he pushed his way into a record shop and a restaurant as they were closing and persuaded the owner, Leslie Kong, to go into the record business, starting with me. Out of that bold move came the hit, and can you imagine, Hurricane Hattie. That was the hit in 1962, recorded when he was still a teenager. And then a string of early songs such as Miss Jamaica and Kings of Kings that made his name across the island. In 1964, this same youth from Somerton was chosen to represent Jamaica at the World's Fair in New York. And I leave this part to Minister Grange to give a little bit more of the context and history, because you were around then. And you would be able to give the details as to how Mr. Siaga was very influential in Jimmy Cliff going on to participate in the World's Fair in New York. And then he appeared on the television special, This Is Ska, alongside Prince Buster, Toots and the Maytals, and Byron Lee and the Dragonaires. Early signs that Jimmy Cliff was already carrying Jamaica's music beyond our shores. But, Madam Speaker, many people met Jimmy Cliff not first on the radio, but on the big screen. In 1972, he starred as Ivan Martin, in The Harder They Come, Jamaica's first major homegrown feature film. The character was loosely based on the real 1940s outlaw Reagan, but the struggles we saw on screen country boy in Kingston fighting for his place in the music industry, resisting injustice, came straight out of the lived experience of people like himself. The film was shot in our streets, our yards, and in our language. When it reached the United States, it was so rich in Jamaican patois that it became, as critics said, perhaps the first English language film that needed subtitles for the American audience. Yet, the world leaned in. The movie and its soundtrack were widely credited with bringing reggae to the world and remain among the most important cultural exports ever to leave Jamaica. In 1920, the soundtrack was added to the US Library of Congress National Recording Registry as a work of enduring cultural significance. Through that film, Jimmy Cliff became not just a singer who toured abroad, but Jamaica's first reggae movie star, the face and voice of a new, confident Caribbean story. Behind the hits are stories that speak to Jimmy Cliff's depth as an artist. In 1969, he wrote Many Rivers to Cross while in the United Kingdom. Frustrated that his career had stalled, that despite his talent, he was still playing small clubs and could not break through the way he had dreamed of. He later explained that the song came out of that feeling of being lost and blocked on every side. It became a universal anthem of struggle and perseverance, covered by everyone from UB40 to Cher and Annie Lennox, yet no version has ever matched the aching honesty of the original. His song, Vietnam, told the story of a US soldier writing home, full of hope about returning, followed by a letter to his mother announcing his death in war. Bob Dylan is said to have called it the best protest song he had ever heard, a testament to Jimmy Cliff's ability to speak to global injustice from a Jamaican perspective. You can get it if you really want it. Captured another side of him, the encourager. He recounted that people could come up to him and say, I heard that song. I went back to school. Now I am a teacher, and I use your song with my students. That's how he inspired. For him, that more than awards was his success. The song has been adopted by political movements, sport teams, and classrooms around the world. Proof that a Jamaican message of grit and hope can travel to every continent. Later, his soaring cover of I Can See Clearly Now for the film Cool Runnings once again married Jamaican story to global audiences, this time through the improbable tale of our bobsled team, which at this point we acknowledge has won gold in an international competition. Jimmy Cliff was, by his own description, a seeker. He grew up in a Christian family, later embraced Rastafari, and in the 1970s converted to Islam after travels in Africa. Over time, he explored other traditions and religions, including Buddhism and Judaism, and in later years, he spoke of having a universal outlook on life, no longer tying himself to any one movement, but saying, now I can see clearly. Asked by the Observer about the greatest lesson life had taught him, he answered simply, seek to know who I am and be who I am. In another reflection on life and love, he said, don't hurt yourself and don't hurt anyone else. Love is the essence of all things. Those are not the words of a man chasing celebrity. They are the words of an artist grounded in conscience. His famous line that he would rather die free than live as someone's puppet or slave became a watchword for personal and political dignity. He often said he was not a supporter of any political party. He simply believed in right and not wrong, and always sided with the poor and the dispossessed. In that sense, he was a natural ally of every struggle for justice at home and abroad. Jimmy Cliff's journey from Somerton to the world stage is written in the honors he received and the doors he opened. He was awarded Jamaica's Order of Merit in 2003, and at the time of his passing, was the only living reggae musician to hold that distinction, the highest honor our country can give in the arts and sciences. In 2010, he was inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, where he is only one of two Jamaicans, the other being Bob Marley. The hall hails him as reggae's first champion who carried the music across the globe. He was nominated for the Grammy Awards 7 times and won twice for Reggae Album of the Year. First for Cliffhanger in 1985 and again Rebirth in 2012. I leave the rest of his long accomplishments to Minister Grange and others to point them out. In Jimmy Cliff, we see the best of Jamaica. Creativity, born in humble circumstances, courage to push open closed doors, a restless mind always searching for deeper truth, and a heart that insisted that love and justice must walk together. On behalf of the government and people of Jamaica, I extend profound condolences to his wife, Latifah, to his children and grandchildren, to his relatives in Somerton and across St. James, and to the countless colleagues and fans here and abroad who feel this loss so personally. We also pay tribute to the many Jamaicans and friends of Jamaica who inspired his music, chose a different path, who went back to school, stood up for their rights, crossed their own many rivers, because a song from a small island told them they could do it. Jimmy Cliff has taken his final bow, but his voice will continue to echo in dance halls and churches and quiet moments of reflection. His life reminds us that Jamaica's creativity is indeed world-class, and that our stories, told in our language, our rhythm, are powerful enough to move the world. May his soul rest in peace, and may perpetual light shine upon him, and may we, the living, honor his legacy by building a wonderful world of beautiful people that his song so often imagined. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker.
Leader of Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I wish we had been told that we would be doing this today, so we could have prepared something appropriately fulsome to honor a great Jamaican cultural ambassador, James Chambers, Jimmy Cliff. Jimmy Cliff occupies a special place in Jamaica's popular music tradition. He is not and cannot be categorized like any other artist that we have produced. He is unique in a number of ways. He's unique in his musical style, the way he writes, the way he sings. He's unique in his image because, as the Prime Minister indicated, he has gone through a process of spiritual evolution throughout his life, which I don't think is a path that others have followed who have made it in the reggae genre. So from that perspective as well, he was unique. He had a very beautiful tenor voice and a tremendous range that he was able to reach with that gift of God. And he was also, of course, a great songwriter. and a wonderful performer. The Harder They Come is a work of art that I don't think Jamaica has sufficiently acknowledged for the influential role that it played in bringing our culture and our musical culture in particular to the world. And Jimmy Cliff played a major role in that film. First of all, he starred the film as a young actor. I don't know if he'd acted before, but he was a natural, and he played that part with an authentic convincingness, if that's a word, that has helped to assure its longevity. And for those who haven't had the benefit of watching The Harder They Come, it repays the time spent watching it, because it is still so fresh when you watch it. Although the scenes in it, of course, are in the early 70s, late 60s perhaps. I don't know when Perry Hensel started shooting it, but it's, though set in that era, the themes of it, the dialogue, the music are all timeless. The soundtrack, which Jimmy Cliff had at least 2 songs on it. So that's why I say he had such a major influence, because that soundtrack is also extremely influential. I personally rate that soundtrack as one of the greatest film soundtracks ever in any genre. Toots is on it, Desmond Dekker is on it, the Slickers are on it, and Jimmy Cliff. Jimmy Cliff has 2 songs on it. Many Rivers Across is on it, and The Harder They Come is on it. And there's no doubt that that film, which kind of was distributed in a very unorthodox way because it didn't have any major distributor behind it. The way the whole film was put together, you know, Pat Rousseau was telling me one day, you know, how he was asked by Perry and Trevor Rohn, who was very involved in it too, to raise the money, and went around and got signed promissory notes with people to fund the production. This is way before GoFundMe, way before. And it was distributed by Perry going out to Europe, to the North America, wherever he could go, and getting independent cinemas to license it and show it. And that thing has never stopped showing. It is, if you go to any major capital in the world, you can watch it at any time. And for those who haven't had a chance to see it, I urge you to find a way of watching it. What I would say is, Jimmy's input in that album launched his musical career to a new level. And of course, he penetrated markets which had not traditionally been open to Jamaican music. And, you know, he became a much-loved cultural ambassador for Jamaica, in Brazil in particular, but also in Africa. And, you know, he never lost his love for Jamaica, of course. Those of us who love football and were around will have attended the final qualifying match for the 1998 Road to France campaign at the National Stadium. And on that blisteringly hot day, in a Ram Stadium, Jimmy Cliff performed. And he performed The Harder They Come. Yeah. And he had the stadium rocking. And there was no doubt we were going to qualify for the World Cup. And qualify we did. Big up Jimmy Cliff. The last time I saw him perform was on the university campus at Mona. There was a show put on which was supposed to be the first of a series, but seems to have been the first and the last. And it was in the chapel gardens of the campus. And he was the main act. And it was full, and he performed a long set, and it was absolutely brilliant. He had the audience enthralled and in his hand. His catalog is massive, and he could draw on hits from every decade. And no one left that concert not feeling that this had been a privilege to have been able to watch and listen to that performance. So I'm just glad that I'm able to say these words to honor him as a great Jamaican, truly deserving of the Order of Merit, which he was granted in 2003, and somebody whose music will live on through the ages, and whose performance in that seminal film will also. A son of the soil of St. James, Somerton, former Prime Minister, Most Honorable P.J. Patterson, I think attended Somerton Primary School and wrote a superb tribute to Jimmy Cliff yesterday. And I want to pay tribute to that tribute as well. But, you know, Jimmy Cliff's passing was sudden. I didn't know he was ailing. I knew him a bit. I'd been to his house and met him there. Something to do with the music business. I can't remember what I was doing there at the time. But I remember he came out and met with me and my team. And he was extremely friendly and welcoming, you know, when he didn't really know us. So that was, you know, I think a testament to the kind of person he was, because, you know, we were bothering him, but he didn't mind. He was happy to see us, and we had a good talk. So from that personal point of view, I can acknowledge that he was a special kind of man. So rest in peace, Jimmy Cliff, and may the chimes in heaven configure themselves in accordance with your own melodies. And may your music and welcome all of us if we make it there. Thank you, madam.
We'll next take the member from St. James East Central, after which we will take the member from Kingston Western, then the member from St. Catherine East Central, and finally the member from St. Catherine Central, Minister of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sports.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today this Honorable House and all Jamaica mourns one of our most gifted sons, James Jimmy Cliff Chambers, who was not only an ordinary star, but indeed a global superstar. He was a cultural architect who helped shape how the world sees and understands Jamaica. From Somerton in St. James to the grand stages of Europe, Africa, the Americas and beyond, his voice carried our struggles, our hopes, and our irrepressible spirit. As a young man growing up, I remember when his early hits began to filter through on my little transistor radio and the sound systems that were across my parish and were the feature of the musical instrumental reproductions of the time. So long before data and streaming numbers, you could measure Jimmy Cliff's impact on the way people stopped to listen. And the hope in their eyes could be seen also when songs like Many Rivers to Cross, The Harder They Come, and You Can Get It If You Really Want It, came on. He gave voice, Madam Speaker, to the ambitions of a new Jamaica, just emerging into independence and eager to take its place on the world stage. His genius was not confined to the recording studio. Through his unforgettable role in The Harder They Come, he helped to put Jamaican film and music on a global map in one powerful stroke. That film, Madam Speaker, and his performance in it changed how the world saw reggae, how it saw Jamaican people, and how it understood the relationships between struggle, dignity, and triumph. For tourism, that visibility was transformational. Long before many visitors set foot on our shores, it was Jimmy Cliff's music and image that first carried them here in their imagination. His songs became part of the soundtrack of Brand Jamaica, used by travel agents, filmmakers, and advertisers and promoters as a shorthand for our warmth, our energy, and our unique cultural flair. In many ways, he was a one-man global marketing campaign for Jamaica, authentic, compelling, and impossible to ignore. Our tourism statistics tell one story. Jimmy Cliff's influence tells another. The countless visitors who say, "I came to Jamaica because of the music and the movies," are very often talking about him. Whether, indeed, Madam Speaker, they realized it or not. The harder they came, is the more they felt the power of the global curiosity that Jamaican life and culture offered. His songs, played in airports, hotels, cruise ships, and festivals across the world, turned that curiosity into deep emotional connection. That connection is at the heart of why people choose Jamaica over and over again. Not just for the sand, sea, and sun, but for a feeling they first encountered through the voices of people like Jimmy Cliff. One of the proudest moments of my public life, Madam Speaker, was on March 28, 2019, when we stood together in Montego Bay to officially rename the Gloucester Avenue as the Jimmy Cliff Boulevard. I remember looking up at the new sign and thinking how fitting it was that the very heart of our hip strip, trod by millions of visitors, would now bear the name of a son of Somerton who had carried Jamaica to the world. That day, as Jimmy Cliff expressed how much it meant to him to be honored in his parish of his birth, you could feel the love flowing not just from the crowd, but from the city itself. It was as if Montego Bay was embracing its own. Over the years, I had the privilege of sharing many platforms and quiet conversations with him. Despite the Grammys, the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, the Order of Merit, and all the global acclaim, Jimmy Cliff remained grounded, reflective, and deeply spiritual. Indeed, when you walk through the community of Somerton, where he had his early beginnings and had relationships with the former Prime Minister, P.J. Patterson, as well as the Honorable Dr. Harold Blair, Lenny Littlewhite, his cousin, and a number of other outstanding citizens from the great little community of Somerton in East Central St. James. You feel the pride of the community. And Madam Speaker, when we had a reunion at Somerton recently with the Most Honorable P.J. Patterson and Lenny Littlewhite and a number of others, Jimmy Cliff was there, and he committed to working and building out areas in the community. And one of the decisions that was taken, Madam Speaker and Honorable Prime Minister, and the Minister of Education might have an interest in this, is to name the Somerton Primary School that he and Prime Minister P.J. Patterson went to as students, the Jimmy Cliff School of Excellence in the Arts for Primary Schools. And that is a position that the entire community embraced, and that I proffer today for consideration by our Minister of Education. So to me, Jimmy was not just a legend of stage and screen, but a friend and brother from East Central St. James. His journey from a rural district to world icon status is a powerful reminder of what talent, discipline, and faith can achieve when matched with opportunity. For our tourism workers, our creatives, our young people in the inner cities and rural communities, Jimmy Cliff's story is a living textbook in perseverance and possibilities. Jamaica is better because Jimmy Cliff lived, and the world is richer because he sang. His voice will continue to echo in hotels, on cruise ships, in concert halls, in films, on Jimmy Cliff Boulevard, and in the hills of Somerton, where it all began. On behalf of the people of the great constituency of East Central St. James, and certainly the wider fraternity of friends and the countless visitors who were first introduced to Jamaica through the music of Jimmy Cliff, I extend heartfelt condolences to his family, friends, and the fans across the world. May his soul rest in peace, and may his legacy forever guide us as we continue the work of building a Jamaica that the world comes to experience and that every Jamaican is proud to call home, because James Chambers lived. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just want to make a brief contribution to Jimmy Cliff. I had the pleasure, Madam Speaker, of knowing Jimmy personally. Jimmy Cliff, many people might not know this, used to live on Spanish Town Road, across from Tivoli. Jimmy, early days, came out of Chocomalon in West Kingston, as many other artists at that time found favor at Chocomalon. But, Madam Speaker, I want to just briefly talk about Jimmy Cliff, not as everybody else would do, but his music, Madam Speaker. Rolling Stone magazine in 2023 published a list of the 100 greatest singers of all times. Included in that list, Madam Speaker, was 5 Jamaicans: Dennis Brown, Bob Marley, Jimmy Cliff, Luciana, Barrington Levy. And Jimmy Cliff and Dennis Brown, Madam Speaker, came out as the top Jamaicans in that list of Rolling Stone magazine greatest singers of all times. It is very important, Madam Speaker, that we also know that Jimmy and the the leader of the opposition made reference to it, that in South America, Jimmy Cliff is strong, his music is strong. And I don't want to offend anybody, but I believe that in South America, he was the biggest name of reggae music in South America. He sold more records than many other reggae artists, and that is an outstanding feature. Globally, Madam Speaker, Jimmy Cliff sold about 1.5 million albums globally. And he's one of the biggest selling name recorded artists of all times in the field of reggae. And not only in the field of reggae, but he crossed over. And those of you who know Glass Bucket Club, Club Havana, the Sombrero Club, would know that Jimmy Cliff used to rule nightclubs in Jamaica. Last thing I want to say before I take my seat, Madam Speaker. Stage shows was a popular feature of Jamaican music back in the 60s. And Christmas morning and Boxing Day were big days at Caribbean Regal Theatre. Yeah. And in those days, Tony Gregory, young upcoming artist just as Jimmy Cliff, was a top billing artist. And there was a straight contest between Jimmy Cliff and Tony Gregory every morning, every Christmas morning or Boxing morning, whether it is Carib or at Regal Theatre. And I want to tell you, the lion say, I am king. That was what dominated the stage show. That was one of the songs that made Jimmy Cliff into the icon that he is today. Madam Speaker, I want to pay tribute to an outstanding Jamaican, one who has placed Jamaican music at the top of the ladder. And of all the songs that Jimmy Cliff has recorded, my favorite one, Madam Speaker, is a song that not many Jamaicans know. It is a song, Oh How I Missed You. And at another place, Oh How I Miss You. Oh, oh, I miss you. The roses are red and the violets are blue. But Madam Speaker, at another place, another time, I will play that song. May his memory live on, and may Jamaican music continue to excel because of people like Jimmy Cliff. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
No, Warmington is in the house, so it's English today. Especialmente English. Madam Speaker, I rise myself as a cultural practitioner to honor this great son of Jamaican soil. Madam Speaker, from rural Jamaica to the halls of international fame, Jimmy Cliff, Madam Speaker, was a cultural icon who helped to spread reggae's influence across the world. Madam Speaker, as a pioneer of reggae music, he gave us all hope. Reggae music was no longer the opium of the poor, but a call for freedom, equality, encapsulating the universal spirit of happiness of the universal spirit. Madam Speaker, his voice, music, and talent on the big screen were testament to the dynamism and resilience of the Jamaican people. As a young man growing up in Grand Spain, his music for us was nothing short of cultural communion. Recognizing that a Jamaican from the heart of rural Jamaica attained global fame meant that every single Jamaican had the opportunity to follow in his footsteps to have lasting national and global impact. Madam Speaker, it was for this reason, recognizing Jimmy Cliff as a cultural ambassador, that whilst working alongside Minister Grange in the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport, this government took the decision to ensure that Jimmy Cliff received a diplomatic passport to enable free travel across the world to honor his sterling contribution to Jamaica and reggae music. Madam Speaker, he gave a wonderful world music that will certainly last a lifetime. His message was one of resilience, one of hope, teaching every single Jamaican and young people the world over that no matter the challenges, we can succeed once we try. Madam Speaker, to his wife, children, and to a global community that continues to mourn his loss while celebrating his legacy, I too wish to offer sincere condolences to his family for his contribution to reggae music and to the human spirit in Jamaica and the world over. I thank you.
Minister Grange. Minister Grange. Minister Grange.
Madam Speaker, are you asking me if I yield or to the other?
Minister Grange, I'm allowing Minister Grange to close out. They did not have their mic on when I started announcing. So the first thing I did was to look at the persons who have indicated that they would like to speak. I didn't see her stand up at all. I didn't see her stand up. Who are the persons who who stood up to speak? Who are the additional persons who stood up to speak for tributes? The member from St. Anne Southeast, and then the member from St. James South, and to close, Minister Grange, the member from St. Catherine Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The purpose of my rising and paying tribute to Jimmy Cliff is to acknowledge the rural roots of this man and the fact that rural Jamaica continues to produce the best of Jamaica. Yesterday, Madam Speaker, yesterday when I asked my 17-year-old, have you heard of Jimmy Cliff's passing? She said, an 81-year-old gone too soon. And for a moment, I thought it was just a 17-year-old being cheeky. But as we spoke, I realized she really, he meant a lot to her and her friends. And she really felt that he was gone too soon. But I don't want us today to pay tribute to Jimmy Cliff in a way that seems as though we're mourning. I want us to pay tribute in a way that builds on the legacy of those who have come from these humble beginnings to shape not just Jamaica, but the world. And so the best tribute we can pay Jimmy, yes, names on buildings and streets, but also how do we build in our communities across rural Jamaica, spaces where our young people can practice, spaces where they can learn to express themselves and be more like Jimmy Cliff, being able to harness the talents they have and truly celebrate this icon of our culture. And so as I ask us to think about this, I also want us to ensure that we're making the investments necessary, because he will truly rest in peace if there are more rebels being created in our communities who will help us to cross the rivers that are challenging us as a nation. May his soul rest in peace.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, we rise to pay tribute to a man whose name is woven into the very fabric of Jamaica's cultural identity, a son of St. James, and one of the most luminous artistic spirits our island has ever produced, James Chambers, known to the world as Jimmy, the harder they come, Cliff. As the opposition spokesperson on culture, it gives me deep honor to join this house in saluting a national treasure, a global icon, and a man whose music has carried the heartbeat of this island across continents. As a woman from St. James, myself, this moment carries special meaning. We claim him with pride. Right, Ed? We feel his journey in our bones. Those of us who grew up in the hills and valleys of the West know that Jimmy Cliff's story is also our story, the story of a small place that produces big, giant voices. Jimmy Cliff was born during the great Atlantic hurricane of 1944 in Somerton, St. James. And perhaps that explains something about him. Jamaica has a history of producing greatness that survives storms, greatness that rises in spite of storms, and greatness that insists on being heard. Jimmy was just that kind of greatness. His voice, crystalline, emotional, undeniable, became one of the first bridges that carried Jamaican culture to the world. And as former Prime Minister P.J. Patterson so aptly said, Jimmy Cliff was a cultural architect who helped build the bridge that connected Jamaica's soul to the consciousness of the world. That line captures his impact perfectly. Jimmy Cliff did not simply sing reggae. He defined a moment in our global awakening. When he sang of many rivers to cross, he was not only telling his story, he was telling ours. When he sang The Harder They Come, he was singing the resilience of the Jamaican spirit. For more than 5 decades, his words have comforted the weary, inspired rebellions, and defined the downtrodden. When The Harder They Come reached global audiences, it cracked open the doors of possibility, not only for reggae, but for the entire Caribbean creative imagination. Jimmy Cliff reshaped what was possible for a boy from a rural district, for a young singer with a dream for a small island with a big voice. Madam Speaker, as St. James continues to recover from the devastation of Hurricane Melissa, Jimmy Cliff's life reminds us of something important. Even in the hardest seasons, Jamaica produces voices that carry us forward. And I imagine that the writers, the poets, the song makers, the singers, the filmmakers, the next generation of storytellers will have much to write about when they reflect on this moment in our history, the same way Jimmy did, reflecting his time. We must look at what it reveals about us, how we treated each other, how we organized ourselves to respond to Hurricane Melissa, how we navigated hardship, and how, like Jimmy, we insisted on humanity, accountability, and transparency in how we treat our neighbors. This then is the world we must now build, one where our cultural workers are empowered, where the creative imagination is valued, and where we strive to make Jimmy Cliff just as proud of us as we are of him. Yeah. He carried Jamaica to the world. Now it is our turn to build a Jamaica worthy of Jimmy's legacy. To his beloved wife Latifah, his children, his family, and the global community of admirers who mourn his passing, I extend sympathies on behalf of the opposition and the people of St. James. Jamaica has lost a veritable giant, but heaven, it has gained a voice so pure that even the angels will pause to hear him sing. Rest in peace, Jimmy.
Minister Grange.
Madam Speaker. Proceed. Thank you, Madam Speaker. With the passing of Jimmy Cliff, christened James Chambers, Jamaica and the world have undoubtedly lost one of the greatest proponents of Jamaican music and one of Jamaica's greatest sons. I had the honor and privilege today to have been on the phone while the Most Honorable Prime Minister spoke with Jimmy Cliff's wife, Latifah, and they spent about 45 minutes on the phone this morning because she had a lot to say about Jimmy. He left specific instructions how he wanted Jamaica to say farewell to him. And those details will be announced at a later date, but I'm very pleased to indicate that the Prime Minister has given me the honor to announce that Jimmy Cliff will be accorded an official funeral. Now, his passing has left us deeply saddened, as the transitioning of Jimmy represents a major loss, not just for Jamaica, but for the world. He gave so much of his life to delivering meaningful music, which resonated in every corner of the globe. He had a unique sound, a unique voice. He was a prolific songwriter, and all his songs had meaning. Of course, my favorite song is Lion Say I'm King, because as far as I'm concerned, Jimmy is King of Kings. When he wrote this song, he was very young, and at the time, Mr. Seaga guided him. So every time he wrote a song, he would go to the Most Honorable Edward Seaga and he says, "Boss, I write this song." Mr. Seaga would look at it, they'd talk about the lyrics. And in King of Kings, he says, "I am king and I reign. I am king in this range. No more kings must be in this backyard," because he was in a tenement yard in West Kingston when he left the country. Spanish Town Road and Milk Lane, right? That's how Desmond and I became a part of Jimmy Cliff's life. He says, "Elephants say I am king because I'm strong. Giraffe say, I am king because my neck is long. There is no doubt that you are all wrong. Lion say, I am king because I'm double strong. Now when Jimmy performed that song, he was dancing on one leg. And everybody was dancing to ska at the time. So he was like the king when he came on stage. And the competition that Desmond speak about Gregory, Tony Gregory and Jimmy, it was really an exciting time. Jimmy's songs included Many Rivers to Cross. You can get it if you really want. The Harder They Come, which I had the pleasure of producing that song with Carleen Davis, which became one of her biggest hits in Canada. Jimmy was really an extremely special human being.
Hear, hear.
But not only was he a prolific writer, a great voice, he was also an excellent actor. And of course, everyone knows about The Harder They Come. And that movie is still showing in cinemas across the world. It has actually built like a cult following, The Harder They Come. But he also starred in the movie Club Paradise, along with Robin Williams, Twiggy, and Peter O'Toole. So Jimmy was the recipient of Jamaica's third highest national honor, the Order of Merit. And so when we refer to Jimmy Cliff, we should really be speaking about the Honorable James Chambers. We also honored him in March 2019 when we named the Jimmy Cliff Boulevard in Montego Bay. Of course, when we found out that Jimmy, as an ambassador representing Jamaica, did not have a passport, an official passport, we made sure that he was recognized by handing him an official passport. When we celebrate Jamaica 55, Jimmy came to the National Stadium, and in front of over 30,000 Jamaicans, he received the National Icon Award. He was not scheduled to sing, but he turned to the Prime Minister, and in accepting the award, he started to sing, and we couldn't stop him. And his voice was still clear and very distinct. Jimmy was always thinking about home and what was happening in Jamaica. In fact, he was concerned about Hurricane Melissa. And we actually talked about Hurricane Hattie and when he wrote that song. Unfortunately, Hurricane Melissa hit the West real hard, and it impacted on his hometown. And Jimmy was looking forward to be back here in Jamaica to share and to assist in the rebuilding process. Jimmy was a very respectful individual. A lot of artists at times, as they become famous, they're not respectful. Jimmy always showed respect to everyone. And I must mention here, he had really three favorite individuals. The Most Honorable Edward Seaga, the Most Honorable P.J. Patterson, and Rex Nettleford. He thought very highly of them. And every time he spoke to me, he would say, I miss being able to communicate with them. When he comes to Jamaica, he would ask for Mr. Patterson and how he is doing. So today, we will pay honor to him We will celebrate his life. Those details will be announced. And we will always remember that Jamaica has produced one of the greatest talent that the world has ever seen. And that we will continue to cherish his memory. We will ensure that his legacy is preserved.
Hear, hear.
And we will honor him from here on. I want to express condolences to his wife, to his brother, Victor, and his other siblings, to his daughter, Odessa, and her siblings, and especially to his two youngest children, one 20 and one 21 years old, and to say that we will honor them for giving us and sharing with us Jimmy Cliff. May God bless his soul, and that he will continue, his memory will continue in our hearts, and we will remember his songs for a long time.
Hear, hear.
Thank you so much.
Hear, hear.
House Leader, turn on again.
Madam Speaker, we thank the members, and as we close the tributes, let me just add my own bit of condolences to the family of the Honorable James Jimmy Cliff Chambers. I'd like to quickly take from the words of Justine Hensel, who is daughter of Perry Hensel, who casted Jimmy Cliff in The Harder They Come. And I think she said it perfectly. Jimmy Cliff was a poet and revolutionary who set his words to music, broadcasting them to the world over speakers and screens. His lyrics are recited by global leaders from lecterns, sung by priests at pulpits, and blasted in rock mega stadiums as well as rum bars. And that will not change. The emotional breadth of his songs meant that a mood could be set or changed by the track you selected. Songs to seduce, songs that called for activism, songs that inspired deep reflection. He gifted them all to us. He was an incredible actor, and when cast as Ivan by Perry Hensel, the lead role in Jamaica's first movie, The Harder They Come, that character became a singer, and the rest is history. Madam Speaker, through it all, he remained grounded, and despite walking with kings, never lost the common touch. To his family and his friends, this Parliament extends heartfelt condolences. We share your grief, and we join the nation in giving thanks to a life that enriched us all. May his music forever echo around the world. Madam Speaker, there is one more person to whom we must pay tribute, and that is our Consul General of Jamaica to New York, who passed while serving in this role, Mrs. Alison Roach Wilson. And as such, we will start with the Prime Minister, Madam Speaker.
Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Alison Roach Wilson was our Consul General in New York, and she served in this post for the last 6 years. You could describe her as a very loyal, hardworking, and dedicated public servant. We will recall, Madam Speaker, that upon taking the position and inheriting the facilities of the council as they were, which we had occupied those buildings for many years, she took it upon herself, used her initiative to find new accommodations, which, Madam Speaker, ended up saving the Jamaican government significant expenditure. But not only that, would have given us an even more premium location and well-improved facilities. I have managed to tour those facilities a few times and had the opportunity to interact with Jamaicans using the consular facilities, and they were very complimentary. I'm sure that members of the opposition would have been there at her, with her being the consul, and would have provided the necessary coverage and support for their visits as well. She was an incredible individual, Madam Speaker, and before becoming the consul for New York, she was involved in a great deal of philanthropy for Jamaicans. When I first met her maybe 15 years ago as Minister of Education, she was involved in a program to bring computers to schools in Jamaica, and she did that for several years, in addition to having participated in other such philanthropic enterprises for Jamaica. Madam Speaker, I wish to therefore, on behalf of the government of Jamaica and the people of Jamaica, acknowledge her work and express our deep and sincere condolences to her family on her passing.
Anyone from the opposition?
Madam Speaker, I wanted to add, on behalf of this side, our own condolences to the family, her husband, and others as they mourn this loss. I know that the leader of opposition remembers very well the last time we were in New York and we were welcomed by her. And she, as she is wont to do, always welcoming. She is one of those individuals who, whenever there was any issue and I called, she was always ready to explain what was happening, always ready to help once there was a Jamaican who needed something to be done. Well, it's good St. Catherine girl. You know, those from St. Catherine says she's good St. Catherine girl. But she was someone that you could always speak with, someone who would be willing to listen and to share in terms of that. I remember also speaking with a couple of the individuals who worked at the embassy and them saying to me just how much she helped them and how she saw them, not just simply as employees, but that she took an interest in their financial affairs, in seeing how she could encourage them to earn, yes, on the, through stock. And I thought that as a Consul General, that not many would take that kind of an approach to members of staff. And I thought that when they speak of her, they spoke of her as really a friend and someone that they could trust. And I thought that that is the kind of representative we need, you know, overseas to ensure the interests of Jamaicans at home and abroad. It certainly is a loss that Jamaicans at home and abroad will feel. And I know that I speak on our behalf and on others in saying that we are grateful for the work that she did in representing Jamaica. Persons will tell you about her fundraisers, yes, and what those looked like. But I'll leave that there. But I just want to say thanks for the work that she has done, the role that she played as a Jamaican, carrying the flag overseas, and we are indeed grateful to her.
Thank you, member from St. Andrew Southwest. We'll now have the member from St. Catherine West Central, and finally Manchester Northeastern as well. So that is the member from St. Catherine West Central, and then it would be the member from St. Andrew Eastern, and we will close with the member from Manchester Northeast.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to pay tribute to former Consul General, Consul General Roach Wilson. Alcione was not just a professional, and I pay tribute to her in her professional capacity, an able representative of Jamaica in the New York tri-state and beyond area for the years that she served. But she was a good human being, a good individual, and I considered her a personal friend. Her approach to her job, Madam Speaker, colleagues, was beyond, I think, the ordinary, in that she not only represented our country well, our citizens and others who sought information, clarification, or support in one form or another for Jamaica, but within the entire area of her representation, the geographic space, she was an ambassador who always found a reason to represent, visible representation, but she also, beyond that, took on particular causes as a strong advocate for the benefit of the Jamaican people, where she did not have to, beyond just following through on her job description. In the area of public health, I've had the opportunity to lobby for support for Jamaica and for the public health system on several occasions, traveling with her for many miles to different health systems outside of the New York area, where she made contacts, established strong relationships, and at all times arguing on behalf of the Jamaican people. Beyond that, she took a personal interest in everyone's concern, and to the extent that she could provide support, she went beyond the call of duty to provide support. I've had one or two personal experiences, whether it was just arranging some convenience when one passed through that particular area for whatever cause, official or otherwise, or just giving a word of advice in support of the work that we do. I want to pay tribute to her. I want to express my condolences to her family members and friends. Her work is best represented beyond the impact she made on persons who are linked to Jamaica. It's best represented in a tangible way in the efforts she has put into establishing Jamaica's physical representation in New York. I don't know how many of you have visited the new offices of the diplomatic representation in New York. I remember her telling me the story of it. She led the negotiations. She led the efforts at refurbishing. And if you go in the Manhattan area, I don't exactly remember the exact address, and you visit those premises, you'll be very proud of Jamaica's physical structure and what we are, who we are, and what we represent. And she did it, by the way, at a very efficient cost to the Jamaican taxpayer. In fact, it was a major savings from what was the case prior, although it was a much larger location. So I really want to just recognize her work. She is one that we could all say gone too soon. She passed, unfortunately, at a very young age, and we pay tribute to her life and to the contribution that she has made. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
St. Andrew Eastern.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I wish to express my sincerest condolences to the family of Alcyon. Ever bubbly, ever friendly, and ever ready to help. I recall during my time at the Ministry of Education and Youth, there was a group of students who went to New York on a trip. Not everything about their trip was well coordinated. There were gaps, and Alison jumped in to provide whatever was needed so that they could be comfortable and safe. And they enjoyed themselves and came back home. While at the Ministry of Education, I also recall that Alcyon would just enjoy herself trying to find things for schools in Jamaica. And she'd pack them and ensure that they got here. Sometimes she would pop up in my office because she wanted to make sure they had arrived and that they could be distributed. Madam Speaker, we kept in touch. And as we experienced Melissa, Hurricane Melissa, my thought was if Alcyon was here, she would be ever present, bringing things, ensuring things. And so, Madam Speaker, during the course of knowing her, I got to know of her diagnosis. But I never thought that I would be standing here offering condolences. On October 6, 2025, at 11:06 p.m., Madam Speaker, I WhatsApped her and I said, "Hello, just thought of you, sending lots of love." And at 8:30, October 7, 8:30 a.m., a message came back. "Good morning, Minister. Thank you so much." And praying hands. Madam Speaker, she will be sadly missed. As someone who represents Jamaica on the global scale, I want to say to her family, thank you for lending her to us, and may her soul rest in peace.
Thank you. The member from St. Catherine East Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I first met Alcyon Wilson a few years ago when she presented an Emmy Award received from Fox 5 for collaboration depicting Caribbeans in New York with a high focus on Jamaicans living across the diaspora. And this was a part of a series that she collaborated on with the Emmy producers, and it won the 65th New York Emmy in October 2022. And in January 2023, she flew to Jamaica and she presented that award to Prime Minister Andrew Holness as a testimony to the work of Jamaicans across the diaspora. Madam Speaker, such was the magnitude of the woman that Alcyon Wilson was. Such was her commitment to Jamaica and to the diaspora. She championed the cause of Jamaicans living across the United States with emphasis in New York, where she served as Consul General. And, Madam Speaker, I must say, her contribution extended beyond the diaspora to also ensuring that institutions like the University of the West Indies was linked back to medical hospitals across New York, and she had a passion for education and technology. She truly served as an ambassador for Jamaica and diaspora relations. Her loss to the Foreign Service is one that is deeply felt by all of us. Even throughout her sickness, her illness, Madam Speaker, she still championed the cause for Jamaica's finances, Jamaica's health, education, and technology. It was certainly a pleasure working with her last year as we celebrated the biennial diaspora conference, and her contribution made that conference the success that it was. She recently received the Order of CD, and again, a fitting contribution to the work that she has done. She exemplified professionalism. She exemplified diplomacy. She exemplified the very best of Jamaicans living abroad while still making a sterling contribution to Jamaica. To Omar, her husband, and the rest of her family, I want to extend our deepest condolences. She served the Foreign Department with distinction, and for that we will always honor her as a true daughter of Jamaica with a big global footprint. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much. Ambassador, member from Manchester North East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I join my colleagues in just expressing the deep sadness that Alcian's passing has evoked in so many of us who has worked with her. Alcian Roach Wilson held the post of Jamaica's Consul General in New York from July 2019 until her passing on November 8, 2025. So it's with a deep sense of loss that we acknowledge her passing both here at home and across the diaspora. As Consul General, she worked tirelessly to uplift nationals, strengthening partnerships, and expanding opportunities for Jamaicans. She championed the causes that mattered most: education, community empowerment, and advancement of cultural and economic interest. In my own reflection of her, I remember back in 2018, she called to say she was starting a new company, a company called Cyberlock, to deal with cybersecurity. And I asked her, and I said, oh, I had no idea you had a background in technology. She said, no, I have no background in technology. I said, oh, security. No background in security. She said, I want to be an entrepreneur, like you were an entrepreneur before you became an ambassador. I'm inspired, and I want to try my hand at building a business. And she worked very hard at that business for a couple of years. And I just remember that spirit of going after it and getting it done. And when she joined the Foreign Service, she brought that same spirit to her work. She was tireless, and it didn't matter how small the ask was, she would give it her best effort. She would work tirelessly at any challenge to make sure it was a success. And Jamaica benefited from that. We have heard examples given from the building and all the other extraordinary things that she did in a short 6 years. So, you know, it is with deep regret that I stand here to just express my condolences to her husband, Omar, to her children, Vanessa and Brian. And, you know,
In closing, her passing reminds me of the words, "Well done, thou good and faithful servant. Enter into the joy of the Lord." She battled for over a year. She fought the disease very hard, and now she's at peace. And so I offer my condolences, and my prayers remain with her family. May her soul rest in peace, and I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Members, we are now going to rise to our feet for a minute of silence for all three individuals we did tributes for today. Thank you. You may be seated. Statement by ministers. House Leader.
Madam Speaker, we will have statements today from the Minister with responsibility for transportation and energy, also the Minister with responsibility for culture, gender, entertainment and sports, and a statement from the Prime Minister. We will have them in that order, starting with Minister Vaz, if it pleases you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable members, I seek your indulgence, Madam Speaker, as I give a statement on critical areas of my portfolio responsibilities which have very, very serious impact on the restoration of Jamaica from Melissa. And that is as it relates to energy, telecommunications, and transport. And I know that all the members here are most interested to hear about the restoration efforts by the Jamaica Public Service. So I rise today, Madam Speaker, and before I start, let me offer my own condolences to the three outstanding Jamaicans for which tributes were just given. I rise today 4 weeks since the passing of Hurricane Melissa without fear of contradiction to say that the spirit of Jamaica is alive and well. For anyone who believed our values and attitudes had faded, this moment has reminded us powerfully that the old-time Jamaican spirit is not only real, it's stronger than we ever imagined. Jamaicans from every parish, district, community have rallied in support of all shapes and forms, similar to our Jamaican diaspora across the world, to help our suffering brothers and sisters across the length and breadth of Jamaica. Over the past weeks, I have visited flattened communities in the western parishes where families destitute and displaced struggle to find shelter as the facilities available simply cannot hold them. Areas of real and immediate crisis. In the middle of this devastation, what has shone brightest is the overwhelming majority of Jamaicans who have stepped forward, giving what they can, doing what they can, and going where they are needed on their own volition. Let us not watch the 5% who try to use the disaster for their own means and ends. As I said before, God will take care of them. Let us celebrate the 95% who remind us every day that unity is strength, and at the heart of this nation beats with compassion. I've seen Jamaicans from humble beginnings struggling week to week, still finding money for gas, loading up their cars, pickup trucks, and driving across the island, sometimes to communities where they know no one, just to help a brother or sister in need. I say to them, you are saving Jamaica. This is not a sprint. This recovery is not weeks or months, it is years. And yet, because of the resilience of our people and the unprecedented support we are receiving, help continues to be on the way. Madam Speaker, no government here or anywhere in the world can single-handedly respond to a Category 5 disaster of this magnitude. It takes all hands on deck, and Jamaica has been blessed with extraordinary partners, the government of the United States of America, who moved with urgency to assist us with assets, such as helicopters, to be able to get into those areas that were inaccessible by road. Not only the support in dollars that came in funding, but in personnel, logistics, operational expertise, emergency equipment, and underground relief capacity. Not to mention the several other governments who also have been very, very early in terms of giving aid to Jamaica to keep us in the relief stage and helping us to stabilize critical areas with humanitarian assistance and reinforce Jamaica's ability to respond rapidly and effectively. We thank them all for that. Madam Speaker, while some figures remain fluid as restoration continues, what is clear is that Jamaican systems of coordination and response have evolved, allowing for faster mobilization, stronger partnerships, and more structured recovery planning. Today, I will provide an update on the progress across the critical sectors under my portfolio. Start with energy. Madam Speaker, I'm proud to report that despite the challenges brought by Hurricane Melissa, our national fuel chain supply has held firm, steady in reserves, efficient in delivery, and fully supporting the restoration across Jamaica. Petrojam continues to ensure Jamaica's energy needs are met following Hurricane Melissa. The Kingston Industrial Loading Rack resumed operation within 48 hours of the hurricane, and between Thursday, October the 30th and November 24th, have loaded over 2,540 tankers of fuel destined for all parts of Jamaica, including the hardest hit areas. The Kingston Loading Rack has extended its operating hours to facilitate additional fuel distribution. As of this morning, Petrojam's inventory remains steady at a comfortable 2 to 3 week supply, consistent with global industry standards. Fresh deliveries of finished petroleum products continue to arrive, ensuring uninterrupted supply to the local market and supporting recovery efforts nationwide, while the planned maintenance shutdown of the refinery gets underway. Repairs continue at the Montego Bay Industrial Loading Rack despite delays, with major works on the dock, which is estimated to be completed by Friday, November 28th. The refinery remains a shining example of how Jamaica will move forward, no matter the struggle. Gas stations, all major distributors, Rubis Energy, Cool Oasis, Total Energies, minus 2 sites, and Massey Distribution have resumed normal deliveries with aviation fueling and commercial supply operating island-wide. Salt Jamaica, Texaco, has temporarily closed their Georges Plain site. And I want to commend the Truckers Association for voluntarily reducing their freight rates or their transport rates to assist with the national logistics efforts during the emergency response phase. Mobile gas units. Madam Speaker, the ministry has noted a clear growing demand for portable fuel stations, a need intensified by Hurricane Melissa's disruption of regular fuel access in several Western communities. In response, government is reviewing the current regulatory framework, conducting gap analysis, and initiating the development of a comprehensive policy that supports flexibility and innovation in the fuel access. This process will maintain the highest standards of public safety while ensuring swift action to meet urgent community needs. To this end, we have entered into partnerships guaranteed to support the most vulnerable. Madam Speaker, I want to remind my colleagues here and the Jamaican public at large that we are no longer in normal times. We are in extreme times, and extreme times require extreme actions. The rollout of Johnson's Petroleum mobile mini fuel stations has advanced significantly following detailed site assessments conducted the week of November 17 to 21. Units for the fishing villages of White House in Westmoreland and Black River in St. Elizabeth are fully complete and ready for deployment, and licenses from Petrojam are already in hand. Beyond fishing communities, rollout to other priority areas will begin in the week of the 26th and 27th, 26th being Black River, and the 27th being Braze River. Also middle quarters on the 28th. Additional locations will be announced next week as remaining site assessments are finalized. Let me just pause to say that these are not permanent. We will move them once ordinary restoration is there for gas stations and move them to other areas that have challenges in terms of distance to get to the regular gas stations. I'm also happy to state, Madam Speaker, that despite major disruption to the Paradise solar facility, I have been told by InterEnergy Group that they have completed assessments and begun cleanup and issued the RFQs for replacement equipment and reaffirmed its commitment to full reconstruction in support of Jamaica's renewable energy future. I'm also pleased to report that the JUTC CNG facility sustained no damaging. Commissioning tests will begin on November 28th, with full operation expected in the first week of December. Also want to indicate that the Dr. Bird plant, through the Jamaica Private Power Company and West Kingston Power Partners, remained fully operational throughout the storm, providing crucial stability to the grid. Madam Speaker, move on to transport. Efficient and uninterrupted transport is vital in the immediate aftermath of a disaster. It ensures that life-saving aid equipment and technical support can reach affected communities without delay. In regards to this, Madam Speaker, I now turn to the matter of the toll access during the national recovery. The Toll Authority lifted barriers for toll exemptions traveling from the 26th of October, returning to normal operations on November 17th, with continued exemptions for vehicles transporting relief supplies. By November 24th, the authority had received 2,227 applications, with 700 approved, alongside the launch of a new online application portal. However, toll operators have since restricted exemption to Class 3 vehicles, which are trucks. That is the biggest class, carrying verified humanitarian aid. Class 1 and 2 vehicles can only pass under cost-sharing arrangements, limiting the movement of essential responders and partners. Madam Speaker, the authority advises me that the greater flexibility is legally available under the Toll Roads Act, Section 2, which empowers the Minister to define emergency services, and Section 8, enables the Minister to designate toll-exempt emergency users by toll authority. Accordingly, I have received a request from the toll authority to issue such an order to cover ODPEM, NARA, ministers and their close protection officers, members of parliament, especially those in the affected areas, and councillors and their protection officers, relevant government agencies and international and local relief partners.
House Leader, the member's time for speaking has expired.
Madam Speaker, with the member's time for speaking having expired, we ask that it be extended by 30 minutes to give the member sufficient time to complete the statement.
House, the question is that the member's time be extended by 30 minutes to allow for completion of this critical statement. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, that's why I purposely left JPS to last, because I'm sure that everybody will remain attentive to hear the good news. So, Madam Speaker, the authority stands ready to support the issuance and implementation of this toll order to facilitate a smoother, more efficient national recovery effort. And I'm saying, Madam Speaker, that it is with a heavy pen that I will have to do so if I have to do it, because I think that the concessionaires, especially in light of the challenges that we are facing and still face, especially in the West, could have been more flexible in relation to working out a regime that would be easier for relief in terms of the cost and also the access to get down into these areas. Madam Speaker, JUTC is back up and running, averaging 430 regular weekday runs and 60 premium services. The rural school bus is back up in areas where schools are open and roads are open. Montego Bay Metro, the same. Madam Speaker, airports, and I want everybody to listen to me carefully. Both Sangster International Airport and Norman Manley International Airport have remained fully operational since reopening on October 29, continuing to support passenger, cargo, and humanitarian flights. Between the 29th of October and November 23rd, the airports collectively handled approximately 2,238 flights, including 1,044 commercial flights and 621 relief flights, along with 573 private or general aviation movements, underscoring their critical role in the recovery process. The volume of air traffic reflects the significant inflow of international aid, technical assistance, and essential supplies being coordinated through both terminals. Air operations remain stable, with humanitarian and cargo support ongoing, ensuring that food and medical supplies and fuel and equipment reach affected communities efficiently without interruption. Madam Speaker, I want to pause here to indicate that Norman Manley International Airport was open within 24 hours of the passing of Melissa. I want to indicate that despite the damage that Sangster Airport had in Montego Bay, I arrived there on the 29th of October, and we opened it within 72 hours. Nothing else was more important than that, because if you couldn't land relief items, we wouldn't be able to respond at all. And I want to stop, despite all the noise, to give full kudos to all of the persons and the apparatus at the airport, customs, immigration, the cargo handlers, everybody who worked tirelessly to facilitate those flights, which are more than normal days, twice in some cases, with shortage of equipment and all that goes with it. And yet still, we were able to deliver and continue to deliver on a daily basis without any credible complaints or reports. Let me put it no stronger than that. So I praise them because this could not happen without their commitment and hard work. And I say to them, job well done. Madam Speaker, the seaports have now become critical because the bottom line is that the wharves had to be tested prior to any ship being able to land. So we were dependent only on air. Now, over the last 2 weeks, we have started to receive sea freight, which is coming in steady, which carries a lot more relief items and recovery items to sustain the drive to help as many people as we can. So I say that to say that they have gone further and basically to support the national recovery and diaspora contributions, all aid carders benefits from a 20% discount, underscoring the shipping line's commitment to timely, efficient, and humanitarian-focused operations. Madam Speaker, there are more than 1,000 empty containers currently sitting idle in the Kingston Harbor. These containers represent more unused steel. They represent over 1,000 potential rapid deployment, temporary homes with manageable retrofitting for light ventilation and sanitation. We are working with our partners, the shipping agencies, who own these, to see what can happen, whether or not we can get access to some of them, even if it is as a temporary solution for those who don't even have a tarpaulin over their head 3 weeks later. I am looking forward to getting that response, but that is a good idea because they are sitting there facing the elements of the salt air every day, and they have been there for many months and will probably will remain there for many more months. I look forward to a favorable response. I have written formally to each of them, and all of them have said that they will come back to me in short order. Madam Speaker, Jamaica's telecommunications sector has shown remarkable strength and responsiveness. Our providers have acted with urgency and purpose to reconnect the nation, bringing back mobile data and fixed services in record time, even in the hardest hit communities. On top of that, we have benefited from the international and regional technical support through the Caribbean Disaster Emergency Management Agency, SEDEMA, in concert with the World Food Programme and the International Telecommunications Union emergency telecommunications specialists who were mobilized to assist with rapid network assessment and restoration of critical communication links. Additional leading telecom operators have paired their restoration work with humanitarian outreach, distributing solar lanterns, and of course mobile charging stations and emergency SIM and data packages. Madam Speaker, Starlink, and I want to pause here to give Starlink the biggest big up because they have been a savior in this crisis in terms of being able to communicate. As of the 19th of November, 561 generators have been delivered to critical areas, including Trelawney, Hanover, St. Elizabeth. Starlink devices continue to reach the most affected communities, with 659 of 867 that has been received already allocated and 74% activated. Consistently online, Starlink themselves, who sent a team here, Madam Speaker, to Jamaica immediately after, have donated over 900 kits, provided free service to roughly 21,000 users, and enabled nearly 490,000 text messages since the hurricane made landfall. The demand for the terminals have surged tenfold, and coordinated efforts between the Government of Jamaica, Starlink, and logistic partners are ensuring rapid delivery to communities, keeping residents connected and supporting both humanitarian and recovery operations across the island. Madam Speaker, I just got before coming here, since Melissa there has been 11,000 Starlinks imported into Jamaica. So much so that it created a backlog. As you know, DHL is who handles everything and delivers to the customer. I had to work with customs to put in a special regime where DHL posts their bond so that Minister Williams is assured of our money. And we release them. If not, they would be there for weeks, because as quickly as they come out is as quickly as they come back in. And I'm happy to say that it is working, because the complaints to me have gone down to almost zero. And again, I congratulate Customs and the DHL for working together in extreme times to make extreme measures without breaching any of the procedures and the systems that are in place. Madam Speaker, it doesn't stop there, because Starlink has supported both Digicel and Flow in order to bring up back some of their networks in areas that would not come up for weeks and months based on the level of damage. Once again, the partnership is there and has worked, and I want to say publicly, thank you to Starlink for sending a team down here, for staying here, for coordinating with us, and helping us as best as possible to make sure. The only thing I wait on now is to hear my invitation to Mr. Elon Musk when he will be coming to visit us, to give us even more assistance. Madam Speaker, I touch quickly on Digicel. As of November 24th, they have brought back approximately 76% of its mobile network online, with 90% of Digicel Plus customers with service. Key progress has been made in restoring connectivity, with the newest communities now back online across Hanover, Manchester, St. James, and Westmoreland. Notable areas including Lucy, Cocoa Walk, Cambridge, the Half Moon area, Bethel Town, reflecting steady nationwide recovery and the continued commitment to ensuring reliable service for affected areas. Flow, Jamaica, reports similar upward trajectory, with approximately 60% of fixed sites and 71% of mobile sites now operational as of Monday, November 24th. Restoration is quickly advancing in parts of Trelawney and Westmoreland. 3 critical transport links have been restored along the Port Antonio to Onoto Bay, Mandeville to Santa Cruz, and Port Antonio to Morant Bay routes. Technical teams continue restoration efforts, bringing mobile sites back online in several communities in Westmoreland, St. Mary, Portland, Clarendon, and Manchester, reflecting steady progress for connectivity. Madam Speaker, one of the biggest hindrances for them is power. The sooner that they get back power, which I'll soon touch on, is the quicker that the telcos will be back up in almost all areas across Jamaica. Madam Speaker, 2 more things before I touch to the real one that everybody is waiting to hear about. ATMs are very critical, because if you don't have money in a time like this, you don't have any talk. The credit card don't work, promissory note don't work, and man want them cash for them goods, and you can't do nothing without cash. So we have made a special push through the Jamaica Bankers Association. 78% of ATMs, 704 of 907 are now back in service, along with 78% of point-of-sale terminals, representing 18,501 devices restored. Recovery remains uneven across parishes. ATM stands at 59.6% in St. James, 38.1% in Trelawney, 48.6% in Westmoreland, but banks continue to restore service wherever physical access, power, and telecommunications can safely be secured. We are still working between Starlink, generators, GPS, to get as much more up as possible, especially in the 5 most affected parishes, because without that and without light, they will see no Christmas, because they will have nothing to be able to see with their eyes and buy with their money. Universal Service Fund, critical, especially for those areas, again, Melissa caused disruption to the USF public Wi-Fi network of 408 community hotspots. Only 72 remained online, and the western parishes suffered a total loss of all 156 sites, cutting off thousands from education, communication, and emergency support. In response, the USF has rapidly shifted to Starlink satellite systems powered by solar energy, allowing fast off-grid restoration where traditional infrastructure collapsed. In just 14 days, engineers have restored in 17 hard-hit communities across Westmoreland, Hanover, St. Elizabeth and St. James, Manchester, Trelawney and St. Anne. We aim to deploy at least 90 Starlink sites by mid-December, supported by private sector technicians now helping. This will allow the fund to begin restoration in central and eastern parishes. The recovery effort is estimated at $863 million, covering satellite equipment, solar power systems, and installation services, an investment that strengthens Jamaica's digital resilience moving forward. So, Madam Speaker, again, those community Wi-Fis are even more important than ever in this disaster, because those places are in remote areas that MPs chose off the beaten track. And if they can have that Wi-Fi so those kids can do some homework, speak to your family, go on social media and do the usual thing, like what my colleague over here does every day. Ian. Every day. 863 million is what it's going to cost to redo all of the damage for the... My own has 863, so that one was done for you. Madam Speaker, members, let me move now to what I think is the most critical aspect of the presentation and the most critical aspect of any chance of quick restoration for the country to come back to some level of normalcy and for the relief and rebuild efforts to really get underway. And that is the issue of electricity. I deliberately left this for the last. As we know, the JPS service license expires, and the license request requires that the government indicates its intention by July 2025. To call the government's position was upon expiration of the current All Island license not to renew under existing terms. It's important to point out and remind Jamaica that failure for the government to have responded would have given the JPS an automatic tenure extension to the existing license of 10 years. So understand what that means in English. If the government did not respond with a position by July 2025, automatically a 10-year extension. So you'd be talking about a license that was given in 2001, renewed in 2016, which expired in 2027, to go from 2027 to 2037 under the same existing conditions. I am not going back. Today is Melissa Day. September 3rd gone. So we're not going to talk about how we got there. We're going to talk about how we're going to fix it. Right. So understand now that Melissa hit. And when Melissa hit, there's a need for restoration. The restoration requires money. The Emergency Disaster Fund, which is what you would call the self-insurance for the distribution and transmission line of the JPS, which is not insured because it's uninsurable, is what we have used for Beryl and for Melissa and for all the other events that we have had in recent years. So, as of right now, that fund, based on the claims that have been made already, to prepare for Melissa, has been exhausted. So it means that the JPS has 2 years on a license, and they have to raise money to restore. Several iterations, several proposals. One, JPS wants a 15-year extension. And they get 15-year extension, they will do what they need to do to find the money. Other one is that multilaterals are prepared to give them money, but they want at least 8 to 10 years extension. Where does that put us? That put us in two situations. One, a commitment that was made by this minister and this government in June of this year that any new license would be on new terms. A commitment that was made, a commitment that will stand, and no Melissa, no Trelisa, no Belinda is going to change that. So the government is now in a position now, what do we do? Because we need restoration. JPS is saying that the earliest restoration time that they can give us for the worst affected areas is April to May 2026. Can you imagine when you tell a minister that? And on top of which, they want an extended license. That is going to mean that we are in the same situation. Well, Madam Speaker, my colleagues here, many, many hours, many discussions. Cabinet, not once. Cabinet, not twice. Cabinet 3 times, including yesterday morning. And the decision, thanks to the help and the input of the Ministry of Finance, specifically Minister Williams, and the Financial Secretary, and of course, the new Minister of Efficiency, we were able to work out yesterday and get approved by Cabinet an agreement to fast-track the restoration to end of January, latest early February. Don't clap yet. Don't clap yet.
If they don't clap, they don't get it.
On the basis that the government of Jamaica is not prepared to negotiate any extension of any license other than the process that is going to take us from now until 2027 when this existing license expires. But based on the fact that we need restoration as a country in the shortest possible time, the government of Jamaica has agreed to loan the JPS $150 million United States dollars on the basis that they will use that money, which is estimated at $75 million a month, to restore the entire grid, save and except for any special area that may not be reachable, but the major areas by the end of January, latest early February. What are the terms to make sure that the government and the taxpayers are fully protected? 5 years with an interest rate to be negotiated by the Ministry of Finance, which I'm sure will be a reasonable interest rate, because the higher the interest rate is the more it's going to pass on to the consumer. And we are cognizant of that. However, they can pay as early as 2 years. Why? Because 2 years the license expires. They'll either have a renewed license or they won't have a license. If they have a license, they can attract financing, And if they don't have a license, the government has already indicated to them, based on our July 2025 letter, that we are prepared to acquire the assets of the Jamaica Public Service, which means that our money is protected fully. So there is no risk to the Jamaican government or the taxpayers. What we have done is skillfully separated a negotiation of a loan and untied from all of these proposals of extensions. I want to point out to you very carefully, any negotiation that involved the license or amendment of license would retard the period of time when we need to get the money. We need to get the money to them or give them a commitment by tomorrow morning after we announce this today, because the cabinet decision is out. And they have committed that they will have 300 linesmen. They now have 170, all in white truck. And big thick man, you see. That's 170. But those 170 are trying to get back the biggest areas of production for the government, Montego Bay. So all the other areas in my friends and colleagues' hard-hit parishes are not getting the attention that they would get. And it's not because of anything other than what has to happen in order to get the country up and running. Can you imagine, members, in 2 weeks' time, 300 more linesmen with equipment, same trucks you see and same everything you see, having 500 linesmen additional to what JPS has as their normal crew, spread across Jamaica. The commitment that I'm making to you here, that JPS has committed to me, that they can have those trucks and men here by the second week of December, and that by Christmas morning, Grand Market night, they are committing, especially in the hardest hit areas, to bring back light at the most strategic locations where those that are still affected can come down into and do all that they need to do, even if it is that they don't have light 5 miles up in the hill. Madam Speaker, I am here to say that it is the best win-win situation that a government could negotiate. Because if we are to wait until April or May, which could be in June, depending on what happens, then I don't know what would happen. I can't say what would happen because it wouldn't be pretty. But most importantly, Madam Speaker, is that originally the estimates for the damage, early assessments, as JPS had said, was between $480 and $600 million. As the assessments have continued in more detail, we are down to $350 million, which is a huge difference between the original estimate and what the estimate is. So the question that's going to come is, what happens with the balance of money that's going to be needed? We were not prepared to go into that discussion. They have to come back to us because they have put a hold on dividends from July indefinitely until this matter of normalcy is resolved. So we are not going into it and giving money. Just, we are making sure that we have our protection mechanisms to make sure we will have oversight in terms of technical people to evaluate those numbers, to put a program in place of the restoration, monitor it, to make sure that what has been given to us as a plan is carried out. So I say to you, Madam Speaker, as of today, November 25th, approximately 75%, 687,339 households and businesses have been reconnected to the JPS grid in less than 4 weeks. Less than 4 weeks. As I said before, they had indicated to me full restoration will not be possible until end of May 2026. And this was mainly due to the inability to raise funds with the 2 years left. Madam Speaker, I want to say to you, before I close, that you know my stance with the JPS when Beryl came. And you know that it didn't end, or it ended well, but it didn't start well. I have seen a complete change, despite the fact there are still gaps. There's no two ways about it. There's areas that are not affected, that still can't get back light, not realizing that the transmission line is coming all the way from the west to the east. They have given me a commitment, Madam Speaker, because you know that I'm someone. So, path 1, which was a JPS's path, was 505 line workers, timeline April, May 2026. I need 5 minutes.
30 minutes.
No.
Minister, you may conclude.
Conclude. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I really appreciate it. Part 2 is 470 line workers with an estimation of January to February 2026. Madam Speaker, for St. Mary, the commitment is to bring back all areas long before Christmas. They say Christmas. They say if they get the equipment here, they will move. They said, Madam Speaker, for Portland, same. For Clarendon, 95%. Remaining 5 will be due to access. This is before Christmas, you know. This is not January, February. Madam Speaker, that's Manchester. St. Anne has some major problems, Madam Speaker. They are saying 80% before Christmas. They have some major issues with the substation at Cardiff Hall. I want to get the Western region, Madam Speaker, and I'll close on this one for you. I'm sure member from Westmoreland here, formerly from Hanover, will be interested in this. Westmoreland, St. James, St. Elizabeth, Trelawney, and Hanover. Currently, as you know, there are several areas that have received light. St. James, Freeport, Hip Strip, Montego Bay Town, Fairway, Witter Village, Shopsa, Rosal, Spring Garden, Fairfield, Shore, and Coral Gardens. I understand that they're going to be going up into the hills where the tourism workers operate because of tourism coming back on track on December 15th. The other areas, Madam Speaker, is St. Elizabeth, Black River Hospital and Treasure Beach, Hanover Sandy Bay Health Center, Sandy Bay Town, Westmoreland, West End Negril, Savlamar Hospital and Savlamar Town. And last but not least, Madam Speaker, as I said before, 175,000 customers remain to be restored. And we are going to bring that number forward to January, February latest, but we're going to do a push to see what we can do. So for those MPs that are in those areas, if you could furnish me with your areas that you believe would be the most critical areas for Christmas, at least at ease for Christmas. No, it can't be all. I'm sure you'll be understanding of the situation. It won't be all. All won't be till the end of January. Then I think we can work together to make sure with JPS that we use information coming from you and see how we can coordinate. Madam Speaker, I will not detain the House anymore. I thank you for your leniency, and to say to you and to say to the people of Jamaica that we have made sure that we have not allowed adversity such as Melissa to take us off track with the negotiation of a new license in 2027 with whoever that is. And we have been able to find a way to bring forward restoration without putting the government or the taxpayers of this country at any exposure in relation to any possibility of not being repaid in some way, shape, or form, including JPS shares, if it comes to that, which, as I said before, 2 years we have a decision. Either there'll be a successful negotiation with the current operator, or the government will have to act and find somebody to come in, and whichever way it goes, the $150 million will be protected, whichever way it goes. I thank you for your time, and I say to you, I know the suffering is hard, but this is a huge, 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 huge move in terms of bringing forward so we can get back to normalcy as quickly as possible. God bless you. God bless Jamaica.
The member from Kingston East and Port Royal responding.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Our spokesperson on transport is not with us today, so I claim my time as Energy Minister and his time as transport shadow spokesperson. I want to, firstly, Madam Speaker, pay credit to the workers of this country. The workers of Petrojam, the workers of JPSCO, the workers of Flow, Digicel, all of them. The truckers, all the people in public transportation, for the tremendous work that they have done to alleviate the tremendous difficulty that this country has been burdened with through the passage of Hurricane Melissa. The major portion of my response is in relation to energy, but the minister did make some other remarks in relation to restoration of the rural school bus service. And Minister, you have mentioned that it was only Westmoreland and Southern St. James that were not restored, but I gather that Hanover, the member from Western Hanover, has already mentioned that she's calling upon the government to see to the restoration of our rural bus service. You have also mentioned, in relation to telecommunications, the problem with those free Wi-Fi locations under the Universal Service Fund. I just want to say, Minister, long before Hurricane Melissa, we have seen in so many of these locations, the sites were just not working. No telecommunications services provided to the site. So I am requesting that as you attempt now to restore these sites that fell due to the hurricane, there needs to be a broader look at maintenance in relation to all the hundreds of locations that are not working in areas unaffected by the hurricane. There has to be a maintenance provision for Universal Service Fund, and as the person who started that body, I really am urging that the funding be put in place for full maintenance so that our communities can really maximize their benefits. You had mentioned before you got into JPS that Petrojam is due for maintenance, which means that it will be shut down for a while. You didn't say when it will be closed and for how long. And that facility is a most important facility. Now, as was highlighted, you've also mentioned that there was severe damage to the solar plant, Paradise Solar. You've mentioned the restoration of Dr. Bird, JPPC and West Kingston Power Partners, but you didn't say a word about the regasification facility that was taken offline and presumably now back online, and for which the CEO of JPS had indicated would result in some price increases to the customer because of the use of heavy fuel oil and diesel for generation in that period. So we'd like to hear more on that. But to get to the main issue, and you have dealt with the restoration efforts of the JPSCO, highlighting the large elephant in the room, which was your letter to them advising of the termination of their license come 2027. And Minister, well, you know, the minister, one of the first things I like to ask about is this letter, because I thought I had friends in JPSCO, but not even them will share the letter with me, and perhaps eventually you will share the letter so that we can fully understand what did the letter say. Minister, 5 minutes gone already?
So, Mr. Speaker, we ask that the member's time be extended for 15 minutes to complete his presentation.
The request is on the floor. Those in favor? Those against, the ayes have it. Member, you may continue.
Much obliged, Mr. Speaker, and to my colleagues. Minister, because this is a backdrop, I just want to spend 2 minutes in reminding the country of the position that we have maintained on this side. Because there's no magic to 2027, as it was when I was Minister of Telecommunications in 1999. There was no magic to 2038, which was the date for the telecom license to be expired. And that, as a minister, fervent on getting justice, fervent on seeing changes, one doesn't have to wait until 2027. Indeed, that JPSCO license was amended in 2008 by a JLP government and by me in 2016. And what we have been saying from 2023, don't wait until time runs out to adjust the license. Do it now. In fact, do it when you have leverage. So in my sectoral presentation in 2023, I mentioned certain changes that could have been negotiated then. In 2024, I repeated that. And in 2025, again, I came here and repeated what are some of the important critical changes that we need to effect before we get to July 2025, which was 2 years before July 2027. And so we waited and wasted time. And to date, a letter was sent to JPSCO. And I really want to see the content of that letter, because their interpretation is that the minister threatened them. And as a result of their interpretation, it's all over the place. That's what they tell all over the place. And the minister is also aware that one of the partners is seeking to exit the partnership. So it is very important, especially as we are now providing a loan to the company, a large loan, which we'll get into. The Minister of Finance isn't here, but normally in these matters, you would expect that the Minister of Finance, $150 million US is a lot of money. It's a lot of money. So, Minister, there are some questions. Firstly, you've mentioned that today the government is not yet aware of the interest rate. You can't lend money without that very important element being known. So let us know what that interest rate is. But more importantly, you did say that at the end of 2 years, if the company hasn't paid back the loan by then, there's an opportunity for the government to transfer that loan into equity, into shares, and to acquire the assets. What is the value of that asset? Is the value of the asset done at today's date? So at the time when you're taking the risk, is the value going to be when you've added 150 million, enhance the value? At what point have you done that valuation? That I think is fundamental to this Parliament accepting this as a way forward. So that is a most important question. But the Minister has mentioned that JPSCO wants $350 million. And presumably, that is the cost for the full restoration that is to happen now in February. But the government is only providing 150. So we are short by $200 million. Where, yes, and it's United States dollars. You know, before all of this, we were being told by JPS and others that the amount of money for full restoration was between 400 and 500. So we are down to 350. They are getting 150 from the government of Jamaica. Where, and I'm so happy the Minister of Finance is back, where is the balance to come from? $200 million. And very importantly, what assurance is there, especially because restoration is tied to this 150 million, what assurance is there for the balance 200 million? And again, have commitments been given by the government for this balance to be provided? And by the way, probably when the Minister of Finance speaks, we will know exactly where that 150 million is coming from. Consol fund, borrowed money, and I think the cat bond. Minister, I don't see how we can leave Parliament today and not be told where that 150 million US is coming from. But Minister, earlier, earlier, Minister, Minister, I want to suggest a few things. I think you... I am making the submission mindful of the precarious state of our country and the desire to ensure that we are stronger after all of this. That's and I spoke earlier, Minister, of concession and leverage. We are providing JPSCO with $150 million US. May I suggest that in providing this money, we use it for some leverage. One, JPSCO has a monopoly on transmission and distribution. You know what has happened in this hurricane? There are some persons who lost electricity totally. Totally. No, I need no protection. You know. I can. And just to remind the minister, I was not the minister who signed the license in 2001.
Member.
I stand by the license. I stand by the license.
Member.
But,
you're on the floor.
Yes, thank you, sir.
You have the mic. But if you go into a crosstalk with another member that doesn't, you don't have the floor. Members, you don't have the floor. If you allow me, you will hear. If you allow me, you will hear.
Yes.
I am saying to you, you have the mic. You have the floor. If you're going to a crosstalk with a member who doesn't, then you're on your own. I can't protect you.
As of now.
I am saying to you, you have the floor. Continue with the presentation.
So, Mr. Speaker, again for the records, in 2001, when the JPS was divested, I was not the minister. I improved on those terms of the license in 2016, and I'm proud of that. And I'm proud. And as the minister is realizing now, conditions warrant certain action by the government. And in 2001, there was a need for what eventually the administration entered into with that new enterprise. But the concession I'm seeking, using the leverage of the 150 million, is firstly, and there are a number of concessions I believe the government should insist on. Today, due to a hurricane, if my neighbor has a solar system that is working 2 days after the hurricane, and I am on JPS, damaged and out of power for months, my neighbor can't run a wire across my fence and give me electricity, you know, because that person would be in breach of the license. I'm suggesting, Minister, you get them to waive that requirement so that in periods of emergency, that period yes. So, Mr. Speaker, we have some leverage now. We're giving them $150 million as loan. Let us get some leverage. Let us get some concession as a result. So I would like to recommend that in relation to emergency situation like we're under, that issue of monopoly and transmission and distribution be waived, and that anybody in Westmoreland or Hanover who can assist a neighbor with electricity now, they should be allowed to do so without the restraint of the license. I'm also suggesting, Mr. Speaker, that as we need to get our economy up and running quickly, and as we're seeing those operators in special economic zone languishing and can't expand because of the high price of electricity, use this opportunity now to get a concession and allow persons who operate in free zones to generate and distribute electricity within the free zones, within the special economic zones.
Bring that forward.
I won't go through the long list. There's just one other issue I want to raise. Because already the JPSCO has given a hint about increased prices. And last year, you and I were at one, you know, about that, when we thought that the slowness in restoration of the LNG-generated electricity caused a major problem because people were paying for electricity generated by heavy fuel oil and diesel. And by the way, the Minister of Finance would be aware that the taxation on heavy fuel oil and diesel is so much greater than the taxation on LNG. And that is a matter that has to be resolved. But I believe that there has to be greater accountability on the part of the JPSCO. I can't see why you weren't able to say in your brief the date and time when LNG was restored. And that is curious because that is important. It's a cheaper generating cost to the JPS, largely because, among other things, the taxation is less. And we have to think for the future because more and more large customers are taking themselves off the grid to go straight to the LNG supplier, paying less taxes than we, those of us who are on the grid, have to pay for fuel sources that are used to generate electricity, such as heavy fuel oil and diesel. The taxation on those two fuels quadruple the taxation on LNG. And more you're going to find customers are going to be migrating to their own generated electricity. And more, those who remain on the grid will be faced with higher and higher prices. So, Mr. Chairman, as I see 1 minute remains, the Minister could indicate the critical issues, rate of interest, where the funds are coming from, where the balance will come from, because the Jamaican people do want to have electricity before Christmas. And your timeline of February, which you're sticking your neck to, could very well drift to beyond February. And we don't want that. We want to ensure that the restoration takes place as quickly as possible. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
We have questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much, colleague. And I'm going to answer. Huh? Yeah, this is too much, man. If I get another one, I need another page. Firstly, Mr. Speaker, let us separate two things. Let's separate the negotiation that's going to go forward and the questions that were raised, but let's start with where we are now. This is the first opportunity that the Andrew Holness-led administration has had to start from scratch and negotiate a new license, electricity license, on behalf of the people of Jamaica. So don't tell me about 2001 and 2000. This is the first time that this has happened. This administration and this minister had given a commitment to the people of Jamaica that we were going to negotiate a new license. We didn't say who the new license would be with. And at this point, what I have stated here today is that I have separated Melissa and the needs that the JPS needs for Melissa in terms of funding to bring forward the timelines. And I can state here now that the contract with the consultants out of the UK were signed yesterday. They arrive here next week. The negotiating team of the government of Jamaica is ready to go to the table with the JPS next week with the hope of coming to some kind of agreement or to have a disagreement so we know exactly which road we are going down. So to ask me about a valuation when a negotiation is just starting and the license is very explicit on what happens if the government takes the position that they are going to buy out the assets of the existing electricity provider. So that is a premature question that I can't answer because I don't reach there yet, because it might not even be necessary. So that's number one. Number two, the meeting that I had yesterday with the chairman of the JPS, the CEO of the JPS, and the CFO of the JPS, in relation to what we agreed, was unanimous as the best way forward to deal with the current situation and to make sure that we don't delay it and we go on the same path, which is to try and come with an agreement in the shortest possible time with the negotiation teams at the table. Any attempt to rush a negotiation because you are responding to Melissa would be irresponsible, and it would only delay the process of restoration, because that can't happen in a day, a week, a month, or 2 months, or 6 months. 2 years in itself is a stretch. But my commitment on behalf of this government is that we are going to go to the table and we are going to try, and based on the meeting that we had yesterday, and the fact that they know already the fundamental changes that we want, that we will have a path that will either take us to consensus or we move to the next point, which is options. The government is still in control of this negotiation and has the leverage, because we are the one who have to issue the license whenever that time comes. So I want to make Jamaica assured that Melissa has not shifted that when, if it was negotiated differently, it could have easily given the government less leverage based on the circumstances. I want to mention about Petrojam. You asked some questions. I'm prepared to get those answers for you and give you as we usually communicate, because that is important information. You mentioned Paradise Solar. You said we didn't mention anything about LNG. You would have seen the statement from JPS about what they are doing for the customers of JPS in terms of no disconnections, payment plans, etc., etc. The JPS knows exactly from Beryl where this government stands. The OUR is already on top of their game, and we are going to make sure that before anything happens in relation to any discussion about price increase or rate increase, that a proper discussion is had and it is evaluated, and whatever it is has to be communicated and dealt with. If it becomes that way, you are going a bit further, because you reach to that point. Where I reach is to make sure what I announced today happens in the shortest possible time, to ease the burden and the suffering of those who don't have not even a tarpaulin over their head. So I give you the assurance that that is on my radar. And if that is inevitable, we will manage it, and we'll make sure that we do what we have to do to ease the burden on the customers of the JPS. You asked about interest rate. We got approval yesterday. The Ministry of Finance, I think at this hour, if not this evening, tomorrow morning, will start discussions with JPS. And as I said before, we have to be very careful, because if we are lending the money and the interest rate is not reasonable, and by the way, it's consolidated fund money. It's not borrowed money, it's consolidated fund money. But guess what? If you don't spend $150 million to do this, and you spend it on some house, and fix some school, and some water, and you don't have light, the $150 million don't value nothing. Because light, electricity, is the most important thing in a recovery as we speak now. So I take full responsibility with support of my minister. As I said before, you were asked about the shortfall. We have given a commitment for $150 million. They are to come back in relation to their financial model for the balance. The original ask was $300 million. We said we are prepared to do 2 months to get the restoration back. We will evaluate it at that point, depending on where we are. But right now, the most important thing is to move that 4 to 6 months and cut it down to 2 to 3 months. If the Jamaican people know and see the activity on the ground to know that January 2026 is going to be the last of the suffering because of electricity, they can manage that. But if you tell them May, June next year, they're just going to throw up their money there because 6 months is impossible to sustain. So, remember, you and I get on. We can discuss anything you want, whether off air, on air, wherever you want. Just understand one thing. My responsibility on behalf of this government and the Andrew Holness-led administration is to reduce the suffering of the people in the shortest possible time. And this is a game changer to what JPS had proposed originally and was going down the road. And the fact that we can do what we have done without mixing the loan with any extension to the license is making sure that our commitment to the Jamaican people is upheld. So, as I said before, we can talk more. Thank you.
Members, I accept that it is time for questions. And I will say this before I give you the floor, that this little booklet here is what governs the actions and activities of Parliament. We are going to be guided by what is in here. And what I want to say to new members, that there are sections that speaks of protocol and disciplinary activities and actions. So what I want us to do is to do it accordingly to what is here. The standing orders speak to section 32, that a member who wishes to ask a question will rise. And if 2 persons rise at the same time, the first person that I see, I will call upon to take the mic. The first person to stand, you can go ahead and stand. If you all rise, I'll choose one. Member from Eastern Westmoreland, your mic is on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I will be asking questions.
I hope so.
Yes, sir. As long as you're familiar with the same definition that I have for questions. Minister, I'm wondering if it's because of that sort of voter remark why when you come to Eastern Westmoreland you don't inform me that you're there. So let us put whatever is not good between us, let us put it aside so we can deal with the people's business. My first question, Minister, in relation to the mobile gas stations, we still have a pressing need in Eastern Westmoreland for us to have access to those services, especially in an area like Betheltown that does not have a functioning gas station to begin with. So I'm, again, just bringing that to your attention that we would like to have mobile gas stations in eastern Westmoreland. That's one. Two, in relation to the timeline, I'm happy that you have had a subsequent meeting with the CEO for JPS and that you have a timeline for January, because I met with him and a team Saturday. Yes, and he expressed that the videos and the pictures did not do justice to the level of devastation. So I'm happy that there's been a further update to the timeline for persons to get electricity. In relation to the generators, I note in your statement that you said, I think it's 561 generators were given to Trelawney, Hanover, and St. Elizabeth. I'm wondering what happened to the parish of Westmoreland, and specifically now in relation to eastern Westmoreland. Right. Okay, next question is in relation to when we give the percentage from these utility companies, and we say 75% is back and 80%. It's not hard to imagine that you have 75% of whatever service is being restored because of the density of Kingston and St. Andrew and St. Catherine, especially Portmore. What I would appreciate more is when we speak to this, if we speak to on a parish by parish basis, because really and truly the impact was really from Manchester, St. Elizabeth, Westmoreland coming around to. Right, because that would give a much clearer picture to us as to what level of restoration has taken place here. And that's Flow, Digicel, JPS, any one of them. In relation to ATMs, which you mentioned, we don't have any ATMs currently in the constituency. And I'm wondering about the possibility of looking at putting some ATMs at the police station. There's an issue in Darliston where some bandits went there, and since then we haven't had any. But there is a functioning police station in the major towns, and so it shouldn't be difficult to put it there, because I suspect that these bandits would not be bold enough to attempt to rob somebody on the compound of the police station. And as you said, cash is currently king. So if you could look into that, I would appreciate it as well. In relation to the containers that you've said, there's a possibility of retrofitting. I am wondering if it is to get access to the containers that is causing the delay, or it is the process of retrofitting it, the access to get, because you said in your statement several times that there are persons who don't have even a tarpaulin. I wrote it down. And sometimes when we speak, people, I see some members get agitated at times when we are speaking. Just imagine that you have constituents that don't have even a tarpaulin over their heads, right? To speak up and advocate for that person could not be seen as anything but making representation, which is what they elected you to do in the first place, right? So, Minister, the mobile gas station, the electricity, the containers, the generators, the breakdown of the restoration of the services, and the ATM at the police stations.
Thank you, Member. Just to say to you that, yes, those issues that you raise can easily be answered. And I'd appreciate if you just send me something, outline it to me, so that I can forward it to who needs to get the responses. But nothing that you have said is undoable. The only thing is the 1,000 containers that are here and have been here forever are not owned by the government. We are asking, based on the circumstances, if they could make them available to us as a humanitarian gift. But they are owned by several different shipping lines. Just to go back, Member, if you indulge me, to my colleague, shadow spokesperson, accelerate operations at Old Harbour LNG, and Clarendon resume full operations on October 31st. Accelerate teams in Montego Bay resume full operations on November 1st. So the timelines were very short in relation to the period of thing. 28 was a hurricane, 29, 30, 31st, a matter of a few days. So that's good news in relation to the overall scheme in terms of your concern about possible major increases. So again, that's excellent coordination and work, especially the fact that even one of them was in Montego Bay that was able to be opened on November 1st. So remember, as I said before, the things that you raised there, the information and data, what I can say is that based on the meeting with JPS and the fact that they have gotten the confirmation from the government to the agreement that we had yesterday verbally that's going to be documented, they're going to provide the government of Jamaica with a detailed listing which will take us to Christmas and take us to January. And that will be able to give communities timelines similar to what we did at the end of Beryl, because percentages mean nothing to me. It means nothing. If you don't know where your community is and when you expect it to get back light and you can't plan, then you're just in frustration and anxiety. So we will get that and we will publish that, or the JPS, once we sign off on it, will publish that on a daily basis as they did in the last few weeks of Beryl when we got on top of them to share information. But I want to state again, this is not a fix that does not include the worst affected areas. This includes sections of the worst affected areas for Christmas and by end of January, early February.
Member from St. Andrew Southern.
Who is that?
Thank you.
Turn the mic on, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, the context of your presentation in relation to the JPS situation is that the license expires, I think is it July 2027. Notice has been given, triggering the consequences of license termination. Jamaica has roughly 20% of the equity in JPS. The funding gap, based on the recently done work to do the restoration of the grid, including substations, transmission, posts, etc., distribution lines, is around $350 million US. So our 20%, if you're looking at us as a shareholder, our 20% would be 70 million. But we are actually taking the risk of lending an unsecured loan to JPS of 150 million, which is twice the proportion of the equity that we hold in the business. So unsecured is you have the collateral to seize. You're relying on a mechanism to get it back, which I'm going to speak to in a second. So my question to you is, first of all, the other 200 million, which is currently not funded, but which is necessary to achieve the timelines that you have indicated for restoration. What is the assurance that that 200 million will be raised on a timely basis so as to enable the necessary expenditures to be made by JPS to hit the targets, which are presumably fairly aggressive targets given the extent of the damage to the grid and so on? What level of confidence do you have that that 200 million will be raised by them? And what is the time frame that it has to be raised by for that target to be met? I'd like to know the time frame for that. Secondly, would we be disbursing our 150 before that 200 million is in place? Are we going to take the risk of lending that money to JPS, funded out of the consolidated fund you've said? I was going to ask you how it's going to be funded. That's roughly the same amount as the cat bond drawdown, we're told. This 150, which Jamaica has been seeing as being critical to the housing, shelter, the school fixing up, the health centers and hospitals, etc. JPS is now going to get the benefit of that money. I want to know whether we're going to take that risk and disburse those funds to JPS until the damage fund is fully funded. As it stands now, all you've told us is you've left it up to them and they're to come back to you. That, I think, is a risk we're not prepared to take as a country. I want to know which GOJ entity is going to carry the loan. So is it DBJ? You know, which entity is going to be the lender of record? Because part of what you've said is a mechanism that assures repayment, you've said, is that if at the end of July 2027, there is no renewal of the license because you can't agree terms, and you're acquiring the assets of JPS, you're saying that 150 would be a set-off, essentially. That's what I read you to be saying, that you would recover the 150, it would go in reduction of what you would have to pay them to acquire the assets. So set-off requires mutuality, meaning that the person who owes you is the same person you owe. So I want to know which entity within the government is going to carry that loan to the JPS. You said the interest rate is not yet settled, and the Ministry of Finance is going to deal with that hopefully tomorrow. I'm hoping that we will get a report on what that is, because this is coming out of the nation's available liquidity, and when there are a whole lot of needs to be met. So I think it's necessary for us to do what is necessary to get JPS up and running as quickly as possible. But I think we have to do it very prudently and sensibly so that we don't unnecessarily expose taxpayers to loss. So I would like your assurance, Minister, that that 200 million will be coughed up by JPS, perhaps by its two large overseas shareholders, Marubeni and East West Power, Korean government, South Korean government-owned large utility. Or JPS is going to draw down on whatever funding it can raise from its creditors. I don't know how they plan to fund it, but we need to know it's funded before we put our 150 in. That's the last question I have, because I'm asking questions, is in all of this that we're discussing now, to get things back up and running as quickly as possible, which is the main imperative we're all aligned around. We've also had talk over the last year or so since Beryl about building resilience into our distribution and transmission systems for electricity. And there's been talk about putting wiring underground, and that the cost of that is very high, and in fact, the CEO of JPS has said it'd be prohibitive. But what I want to know is what practical steps are being taken to build resilience into the grid now for those sections which have to be rebuilt. And is that a consideration at all? And if it is, what are the things that you intend to do to make sure that the grid is more resilient to withstand weather events, maybe not as drastic as Melissa, but weather events that we know sooner or later, hopefully much later, we're going to have to endure again. So that's my third question. So I'll summarize. One is the timeline for JPS to fund the 200 million gap, and whether you would ensure that that funding is in place before you expose our $150 million. Which GOJ entity is going to carry the loan, the $150 million loan that will be made to JPS, and what, if anything, is being done to build greater resilience into the grid in those areas where the grid is being substantially rebuilt. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Let me indicate very clearly for all of Jamaica to hear. The meeting that we had yesterday morning, where the Minister of Finance and the Financial Secretary was there, we ironed out a way forward, realizing the seriousness and the time-sensitive nature of this response. So the first answer to your question is that this government is prepared on behalf of the people of Jamaica to release the $150 million in whatever tranches are required as quickly as possible to get the restoration going. And that's the difference between a caring government and somebody who has a financial background. The people want light. Okay? So let me just make that clear.
Point of order, Minister.
Point of order.
Minister, point of order.
His feet, talking. The minister standing on his feet, talking into the mic. You don't need to personalize your response. You don't need to get hot under the collar. It's a legitimate question I'm asking. And I'm just, so don't bother about having a financial background. I want to know a simple question. Are you going to ensure the funding is in place? And now you're coming back and personalizing it in a totally unnecessary way.
Let me repeat. Let me repeat. The member is saying that his position is that he would not release the $150 million unless he knew where the $200 million was coming from. That's what he said. That's what he said. That's what he said. Hansard is there. Hansard is there. Hansard is there. Hansard is there. And I am
Minister,
telling you,
Minister,
I am telling you.
Minister, please, please. For those members who do not have the floor, please allow the minister to answer the question.
So,
you may continue, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me just say it again. Let me just say it again. Based on the meeting that took place yesterday, we are confident, based on the meeting that had the representative of the Ministry of Finance at the highest level, the Minister and the Financial Secretary, you can't go any higher, that we are prepared to release the $150 billion tonight if it means that the people are going to get back light sooner than later. Mr. Speaker, 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 Mr. Speaker,
members,
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker,
members, all minister, members.
You are a wicked and evil. Bad mind don't go on yet from September 3rd.
Members.
Wicked and evil. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Minister, all. Members. Members from the opposition side.
You are an uncaring set.
If you
You're
do,
a heartless set.
if
You're
you do not allow the minister to continue, then we will have to go to something else. Please. You do not have the floor. Member from St. Catherine North Central, you do not have the floor.
Mr. Speaker.
You will find out in short.
Mr. Speaker.
Go ahead, Minister.
The $150 million that the government is prepared to release as soon as the documentation is in place, which will be no later than a matter of hours to a day, because of the urgency, is specific for restoration over 2 months, December and January. That $150 billion is ring-fenced to deal with a restoration program that will take care of Jamaica, not only some parishes. And if you are going to tell me that there are people in this house that would question a government in a crisis like this to hold $150 million that we have availability now to find out about $200 million, which can take another month or 6 weeks. Our money is secured whichever way it goes. We are a responsible government, and we have taken a responsible decision, a caring decision, an argument done. Some of you are asking the question, I wouldn't bother start with them here. So, Mr. Speaker, the position is, this matter is fluid. This is a cabinet decision that was taken yesterday. We are going to wait until we have the final agreement between the Ministry of Finance and the JPS, and whenever that happens, we will make it public in Parliament to show the people of Jamaica what the final terms and conditions are. But for somebody to stand up in Parliament, knowing what is taking place out there, and is prepared to take a position to delay restoration, they will be judged by the people of this country.
Yes, here.
Minister, I want you to remain focused and answer the questions that are posed to you, please. Member from St. Andrews South Eastern, you have the floor.
Minister, the JPS has said that they estimate that the damage is $350 million. You are providing $150 million. Are you comfortable that the $150 million that the government is going to loan can provide the full restoration for all the parishes in the time frame that you have indicated? Right? By end of, hold on. Right? My second question, and I will ask you to ask your colleague who is sitting beside you. When will the Parliament get a statement from the Minister of Finance which outlines all the monies that we have gotten from the insurances, the monies that we are negotiating with our multilateral agencies, IMF, World Bank, IDB. We know that we have an estimate of US $8 billion. It is anticipated we can probably raise $1 billion US. Where is that shortfall going to come from? What are those funds going to be used for? We are 4 weeks after the hurricane, and the Minister of Finance is yet to come to the Parliament and tell us how much money we have, how the funds are going to be used. And every other minister can speak, can say many things, but if the Ministry of Finance cannot speak, right? So my question, Minister, do you believe 150 can cover the full restoration in the time?
Question at a time.
Just make him answer the question. Make him answer.
One question.
Turn it on.
Yes.
Minister, I'm going to ask you, are you willing to have all questions posed at once and then you answer, or are you going to take them one at a time? No, you have to tell me no, because I'm going to rule. One at a time. Are you going to answer the member from St. Andrew Eastern, sorry?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I only have to answer one question out of two, and that's a question that relates to the JPS negotiation. And he asked me whether I'm confident that the 150 can do what it is said to do in the 2 months, and the answer is yes. Secondly, he asked about whether or not I'm confident of the additional money, and I will make a statement here to say we will work with JPS in whichever way, shape, or form that is required if it means that we are to benefit the people of Jamaica in the shortest possible time. All options are open for discussion. All options. But we are not going to wait to get a fulsome, complete in a time of crisis. 150 is what we need for 2 months to get January morning, February morning, restoration as against May, June. If anybody can question that in Jamaica today with what we are going through, then they are wicked people.
Member from Clarendon Southwestern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is the minister aware that one of the major partners of the current JPS setup has indicated that they want to withdraw from the JPS agreement, the current agreement that they have, right? One of the international partners. And having regard to that fact, is the minister still prepared to go ahead with this loan of 150 million US, having regard to the fact that one of the partners of JPS has indicated that they want to withdraw from the agreement? It's an important question.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, it is a matter, Babsy. Mr. Speaker, it is a matter of public international knowledge that Maribweni, who owns 40%, indicated months ago that they are 40%.
Obviously, they are not listening, Minister. Give them some time. Go ahead now.
It's a matter of public record, international record, that Maribweni took a decision to divest their 40% in JPS. They came and saw the government of Jamaica and expressed that. This also, when the letter of the government in terms of the position that we took with the license, they came back to us to indicate that based on that, nobody will be prepared to buy 40% of a company that have 2 years on a license. So we are on the same path in relation to going down the road to get a negotiated license, one way or the other, so that they can then do what they need to do. But as of right now, they are in it for the next 2 years because they don't have any ability to sell. So that has no inference or nothing to do with what we are planning to do now. So answer to his question, yes, long time.
Can we? House Leader. House Leader.
Minister Gray. Mr. Speaker, we have another statement by Mr. Speaker, we have a statement by the Minister of Culture, Gender and Sports, Minister Grange.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
No, but I didn't get a chance to ask my
Mr. Speaker, thank you.
No. My mic has been on multiple times.
We can't both be on our feet.
90% of my constituency is without light.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker,
Minister, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, sir. Today, honorable members, Mr. Speaker and honorable members, Jamaica joins the global community to observe the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women.
Appear violence before they want peace. Women and men. Both men and women over here.
Mr. Speaker, this is a sober reminder of the women and girls and men whose lives are shaped, sometimes permanently, by violence, fear, and silence. The data is clearer than ever, Mr. Speaker. The Women's Health Survey shows that 1 in 4 Jamaican women has been physically abused by an intimate partner. 1 in 3 has experienced sexual violence. These are not distant numbers. They represent women in our constituencies, or workplaces, or schools, or public spaces, and in our homes. Globally, the World Health Organization mirrors these realities. 1 in 3 women will face physical or sexual violence in her lifetime. Mr. Speaker, these are not statistics we can gloss over. They represent trauma that lasts for years, if not a lifetime. They speak to the weight many women carry quietly, and some men. Fear, anxiety, shame, and in too many cases, silence. This year's international theme, Unite to End Digital Violence Against All Women and Girls, brings focus to an area often overlooked. In a world where our youth and young women live, learn, worship, and socialize online, they also encounter cyberbullying, harassment, stalking, and the non-consensual sharing of intimate images. These attacks happen through screens, but the damage is deeply real, leading to depression, isolation, and in some cases, tragedy. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment, and Sport, through the Bureau of Gender Affairs, continues to strengthen national support systems. We have expanded the 24-hour, 7 days per week gender-based violence helpline, and we have helplines for both men and women. We have broadened the network of trained community responders. We have strengthened our collaboration with the Jamaica Constabulary Force and our social service agencies. We have operationalized regional shelters for women and their families who are supported through rescue, recovery, and reintegration in 2 major regions under the coordination of a national shelter unit in the Bureau of Gender Affairs. Mr. Speaker, these efforts form part of the implementation of the National Strategic Action Plan to eliminate gender-based violence in Jamaica and the National Policy for Gender Equality, which serve to guide the work we do every day. But laws and policies, Mr. Speaker, alone are not enough. What we need and what this moment demands is a Jamaica that refuses to look away, refuses to excuse abuse, refuses to normalize violence in any form. Our women and our girls deserve to live without fear, without intimidation, without harassment online or offline. And so today, from this honorable house, I say clearly, break the silence, end the violence. If you know something, don't look away. Don't be silent. Because if you are silent, someone could die. And then I know you'd be living with it on your conscience. Let us encourage families, schools, and workplaces, communities, and institutions to speak honestly about what so many women and girls, and some of our men, endure. A country cannot heal what it continues to hide. Breaking silence is not about shaming. It is about protecting, it is about supporting and creating space for justice. Mr. Speaker, I also want to acknowledge the NGOs, the non-government organizations, the community-based groups, the women's organizations, the men's organizations, civil society organizations, and numerous gender advocates who continue to support survivors and push this country forward. Their work is often quiet, but remains vital. To survivors listening today, and there are many out there, whether here or across Jamaica, we see you, we hear you, and we stand with you. The Joint Select Committee on the Review of the Domestic Violence Act will be reestablished within a couple of weeks, and the sitting will begin soon after. The Bicameral Women's Caucus, which was established here in Parliament, will resume its meetings in another couple of weeks. So as we observe Idiwar, may this Parliament recommit itself to building a Jamaica where every woman, every girl, every boy can walk freely, can speak freely, can work freely, can learn freely, and live fully without fear of abuse. Let us continue to work to break the silence and end the violence as we continue the outreach among the numerous women and men and their families who are grappling with the devastating impact of Hurricane Melissa. The women and girls of Jamaica and our boys deserve nothing less. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from St. Andrews Southwestern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No. Mr. Speaker, I rise to add my own words as we indeed commemorate this International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women, which we popularly call Idiwar, and begin 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. Minister, the stats that you have outlined here, those are clear. And we have been talking about that for oh so long, that indeed 1 in 4 Jamaican women has been physically abused by an intimate partner. And the truth is that a lot of those who are being abused sometimes don't even come forward to report it. Although what we do know is that they do talk to friends and family. And so that opens an avenue for action, which is to ensure that friends and families give support to these women and girls so that we can indeed end this kind of practice that we see. This year, we are celebrating under the theme, Unite to End Digital Violence Against All Women and Girls. And it is true that this area has been long overlooked, except that during COVID, we did acknowledge and we saw the increase of violence against women online. And since then, we have been paying some attention to it, and I'm glad that this year is being used to further highlight that. As we do that, I am also looking that in Jamaica, especially as we look to build better and deal with the effects post-Hurricane Melissa, that we have to use this period to ensure that we Jamaicanize it. I've always said that when we do these campaigns, I like when we make it our own. And for us in Jamaica, as we look at what is happening to our communities, especially those that have been worse affected, we have to remember the disproportionate effects of gender-based violence on vulnerable populations, especially women and girls. And so, as we take steps to recover, I want to urge us to prioritize the safety and well-being of our women and girls, especially as we ensure that they have safe spaces to bathe and to relieve themselves. Let's also be mindful of the probability of Jamaicans in these affected areas falling into those that are economically disadvantaged, those that face lack of access to education and resources. And you would know, Minister, that I mentioned these particular areas because these are some of the circumstances under which we see an increase in gender-based violence against women and girls. And so as we look at what we're doing, we have to remember that this whole situation creates opportunities, yes, for our women and girls to be disadvantaged. And so we have to take that into account. And I'm therefore asking that whatever we do in this recovery period, that we ensure that our systems, our mechanisms, and our structures prioritize transparency, equity, and inclusion, so that all of us who are part of government, all of us elected by the people, as members of parliament, as councillors, those of us in communities who have always played a part, yes, those of us in our schools, that we all have that space to come together, look generally at what is happening, and support each other to make sure that there is transparency, there's equity, and there's inclusion. Minister, as we go forward, I'm hoping also that we use this year.
House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'm asking that the member be offered an additional 5 minutes to complete her presentation.
The request is on the floor. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it. Member, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, colleagues. I was saying that I believe that we should use this year to ensure that we close the gap. We have done a lot of things, but we must still use this year to close the gap of those pieces of legislation that still require our attention. You are aware of some of those, Minister, where we need to review and make the necessary amendments to ensure that we are where we should be. In Parliament, I would like to ask us to commit to lead by example. By example in our relationships, in what we do, in how we treat others, and by condemning all those times and all those forms of gender-based violence that we see, whether they are perpetrated by one of us or a man on the street. I also want, because of that experience, to ask that as we look to review the standing orders, that we take the opportunity to make a change and to show that we are willing to do more than pay lip service, but that indeed, in our standing orders, we set the standards that hold all of us accountable. Again, I stand to reaffirm our commitment to cause and take tangible action to make the difference. As we always say, break the silence, end the violence, and we too in this Parliament must do our part. Thank you.
Member from West Central, St. James.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I thank the Minister for this statement on the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women and the 16th Day of Activism Against Gender-Based Violence. Permit me to pose two questions to the Minister. Increasingly, data show that online bullying, harassment, stalking, and other forms of attacks include defamatory statements. Will the Minister consider reintroducing into Jamaican statute law criminal libel in this age of unregulated social media as one of the tools of protection? Secondly, my second question, Minister, is whether any of the regional shelters that was operationalized for women and their families have been damaged as a result of the passage of Hurricane Melissa.
House Leader. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, to support the Minister in relation to the question asked by the member from St. James, West Central, that legislation is already in place that protects persons from cyberbullying and, in fact, attacks on social media. Criminal liability is in place. And we are currently in the process of starting the review process of the Cybersecurity Act, where we will include matters of this nature to protect citizens, whether male or female, from abuse of social media.
If I may, Mr. Speaker, on a point of clarity. On a point of clarity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe the honourable member misheard. It's not about criminal liability, but it's about criminal libel, defamation.
So, Mr. Speaker, in response to the question asked if any of the shelters were affected by Hurricane Melissa, fortunately, our shelters were not damaged. However, the centers, two of our centers in Western Jamaica for our adolescent mothers, the Women's Center of Jamaica Foundation, two centers were badly damaged. And in fact, a number of our employees were, we could not find them, we could not locate them for days. But we have now found all our employees. We are working to put the shelters, the centers, have them repaired, and to get our program going again. But in the meantime, the students, I don't know if everyone in Parliament is aware of the program of the Women's Center of Jamaica Foundation, where we have 13 such centers across the island and also outreach centers. And we assist pregnant teenagers and teenage mothers to continue their education and then reintegrate them back into the school system. And in fact, during the hurricane, it was on the news that a mother was delivering a baby. It was a 15-year-old delivering, and that young miss was one of our students. And we have cases where an 11-year-old, for example, victim of incest, her grandfather got her pregnant. So we have some really very sad cases, and then we have situations where a young girl might be just experimenting and gets pregnant. We also have a program for the fathers, for the baby fathers, where we, of course, assist them to become good fathers, and a program where we are able to convince these young ladies not to get pregnant a second time until they're in a position to take care of a family. So I would say God has been good to us. Our program has not been severely impacted. I am concerned about the parishes where Melissa impacted and what is happening to the young girls and even the women who are homeless. We have a concern, and we're going to be doing some research and a survey to see how it has impacted on those women and girls and boys in those communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we will now take a statement from the Most Honorable Prime Minister.
Before I begin my formal presentation, just an observation. At 6:45, Mr. Speaker, there seems to be a fairly filled house. Just an observation, Mr. Speaker. Just an observation. It will be way too short. Mr. Speaker, last week, the World Bank released the results of its rapid damage assessment for Hurricane Melissa. The assessment places Jamaica's physical damage at US $8.8 billion. This figure is preliminary as further technical evaluations continue through the PIOJ. This estimate includes damage to private and public property, insured and uninsured, as well as critical infrastructure. However, it does not yet reflect the cost of relief, that's all that we have been spending on humanitarian supplies, and the cost of recovery activities, that which we have spent on getting the electricity grid, the water grid, and telecommunications up. And it does not yet reflect economic losses that will follow the disruption in key sectors. So, for example, while it accounts for the physical damage of a hotel, it does not account for the loss of revenues from the temporary closure of the impact. Mr. Speaker, one of the most severe and underreported impacts is the massive volume of debris generated by Hurricane Melissa. According to satellite-based analysis conducted by the United Nations Development Program, the storm left over 4.8 million tons of debris across the island. This debris is blocking roads, hindering access to schools and hospitals, farms and markets, slowing relief distribution, and delaying the restoration of essential services. The UNDP estimates that the debris is equivalent to approximately 480,000 standard truckloads, consisting of 2.1 million tons of building and construction debris, 1.3 million tons of vegetation waste, 1.4 million tons of personal property, and mixed household debris. These are minimum estimates and will increase as ground assessment continues. Compared to major hurricanes worldwide, Hurricane Melissa now ranks amongst the most extreme debris generating storms ever on record. And there are analyses that are already being done on this, Mr. Speaker, which would compare, for example, the debris generated in Hurricane Katrina, the debris generated in Hurricane Irma, and other hurricanes relative to Jamaica. And of course, there are suggestions regarding the type of building material used, where people chose to live. But there is also another factor which we have not yet assessed, but needs to be assessed. The damage went through the cockpit country. And therefore, some of our prime forests were destroyed. The leaves of every tree in the path was stripped and the trees broken. So the devastation of the primary forest has not yet been assessed. So when the satellites are doing the imagery, what they are picking up is a lot of that debris mass, which accounts for why it is so large. In the other areas, the storms did not affect primary forests as the way it has. 51%, I'm told, of our primary forests has been affected. So in other hurricanes in other countries, it has not affected their forests in the way that it has affected ours, our cockpit country. So it's an area that we will have to look at, but it's not the primary subject of today's statement. Mr. Speaker, we must act urgently and strategically to address this unprecedented challenge. It is important to note that at this time of the year, we traditionally launch our annual mitigation and cleanup exercise, constituency-based, in preparation for the Christmas season. Today, I wish to inform this Honourable House that the government has approved budgetary allocations for the National Cleanup Programme, which will incorporate the annual constituency-based mitigation and cleanup programme. $10 million per constituency has been allocated under the National Constituency-based mitigation program. The allocation will be broken down as follows: $2 million for drain and waterway cleaning and vector control to reduce the spread of pests and disease, $5 million for de-embushing, and $3 million for debris and waste removal. This investment is not only routine seasonal maintenance, it will neatly dovetail into a broader program of cleaning and debris management. Additional funding will be provided to the 16 most affected constituencies across Westmoreland, 3 constituencies, Hanover, 2 constituencies, St. James, 5 constituencies, Trelawney, 2 constituencies, and St. Elizabeth, 4 constituencies. Beyond these parishes, other severely affected communities island-wide will also be targeted. So there is a constituency-based, parish-based targeting, but then we will go more granular to specific communities in other parishes which have been affected. Mr. Speaker, we believe that this is the most equitable and efficient way of using the resources. In other words, we are targeting the resources to the areas of greatest need. This program will employ, just to be clear, Mr. Speaker, this is the program which is our national cleanup program, which represents the additional funding that we are placing on the table. So this program will employ between 100 and 200 persons per constituency. So in the 16 constituencies named, in addition to areas in other constituencies affected, we will employ between 100 to 200 persons to assist with the cleanup. The Social Development Commission will oversee the recruitment, training, and organization of work teams. Our aim is to ensure that all workers are properly documented, are supported to open a bank account where needed, and receive basic training in the safe handling and disposal of debris and waste. This is part of a wider effort to formalize labor, strengthen social protection, and uphold decent work principles even during an emergency. The National Solid Waste Management Authority will coordinate operational planning and work schedules. They will be supported by the Jamaica Defense Force, the National Spatial Data Unit, utilizing GIS mapping to tag and track debris, the Ministry of Local Government and Community Development, and the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce. We are identifying additional temporary disposal sites and exploring recycling and the circular economy solutions, which will include using wood chippers to process vegetative waste and mulch, to process vegetative waste for mulch and compost, establishing structured scrap metal recovery, and recovering reusable construction material, and partnering with private firms to pilot community-level material sorting. These measures are essential to build long-term resilience in waste and debris management. We have also begun securing additional trucks, compactors, bulldozers, and heavy equipment, including through pledged international support. Mr. Speaker, countries that have faced large-scale disasters such as Japan after the 2011 earthquake, Indonesia after the 2018 earthquake, and the United States after Hurricane Katrina implemented debris-to-income programs where communities were paid to sort, recycle, dispose, and remove, and to convert debris into usable materials. These programs created temporary jobs, accelerated cleanup, reduced landfill pressure, and strengthened local recycling industries. And Jamaica will follow similar best practices and models, ensuring that our cleanup effort also supports livelihoods and stimulate local enterprise. Mr. Speaker, I should also point out that we are making a special allocation of $150 million. You know what, let me not make that statement, no, having said what I just said earlier. No, the Minister of Finance slipped me a note, and I misread the note. In addition to the allocations for MPs, for constituencies, we're also making an allocation of $150,000 per councillor in each constituency. I hope, Mr. Speaker, that Hansa did not record my initial statement. I'll come to that later on. I can't go back. Mr. Speaker, while the government is providing resources, equipment, and coordination, the national cleanup effort cannot succeed without the full participation of our citizens. Every Jamaican, schools, businesses, community groups, church groups, service clubs, and private households must join in this campaign to clean up our space. A cleaner Jamaica is not only aesthetically pleasing, it is safer, healthier, more resilient, and more attractive for investment and tourism. The cleanup we begin today contributes directly to our economic recovery, our public health, and our national pride. Given the scale of the debris, this will take time. Initial operations are projected for 2 to 4 fortnights, after which we will conduct an assessment and expand interventions as required. So technically, we could go under the special national cleanup program for a month to 2 months, just to do cleanup. After that, then we will reassess. Members of Parliament and councillors in targeted areas will receive detailed instructions and guidelines. Letters confirming allocations, that is under your normal routine maintenance Christmas program. You will get those letters by Friday. And for the constituencies that are
Mr. Speaker, as the time for speaking has expired, we ask that the time be extended sufficiently to complete the presentation.
Minister, you have the liberty. PM, you have the liberty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mike, your mic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm finished.
The question is on the floor for the extension of time. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it. You may continue, PM.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm actually at the end. So, members of Parliament and councillors in targeted areas will receive detailed instructions and guidelines. So, letters confirming the allocations will be sent out by the latest Friday of this week. You will probably get them late tomorrow into early Thursday. And for the constituencies that are specifically targeted, those 16 in addition to areas in other constituencies, you will also get your letters explaining how you will participate in the program, how you will be able to recommend persons to work, the assignment of the SDC officers, all those details that will ensure that you are effective in the mobilization towards our national cleanup. So thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, members, for your attention.
Thank you, Prime Minister. So the normal allocation for road patching that we would normally get, are we to understand that that's not going to be provided this time around, or that you're treating the payments? Yeah, however you feel comfortable. So is it that the payments that we receive for Melissa relief and for the emergency drain cleaning just before, and the housing allocation, is that kind of in lieu of the road patching resources that we would normally expect at this time to fix up roads? Many of us do that in January after the Christmas rush, because it's quite difficult to administer so many programs at the same time in December. But I'm wondering about that because the roads, there's been a lot of rain, so the roads are in need of patching in the constituencies. So what is going to happen there? In terms of the national cleanup program, the role of the MPs will be what exactly in that? Because you've said that you're going to employ 100 to 200 per constituency in the areas where the cleanup is being done, which are the most badly affected areas. And the SDC is going to handle the engagement and training, you said, of those workers. So do the members of Parliament have any role in that at all? And if so, what is that role? Those are my questions.
Thank you, Leader of the Opposition. let me start with the role of the MPs. I want it to be clearly understood, Mr. Speaker, that the MPs are integral and critical to the relief and recovery process, and there is no attempt in any way to marginalize or to obviate the office of the Member of Parliament. And in every program that we have designed, the office of the Member of Parliament is integrated and connected and contacted. And I want that to be established for the records. We must, however, appreciate, Mr. Speaker, that unwittingly or maybe by design, we are every day changing the role of the Member of Parliament. The Member of Parliament is becoming less of a legislator and more of a standing office for social work, contracting, construction management. Madam Speaker, this collective body has to be very careful as to how it expands its role beyond its constitutional jurisdiction. And I'm always very sensitive to it, in as much as I am a Member of Parliament, and I say to all, especially the new Members of Parliament, I do understand how you feel when you get out into the field and your constituents say, I need help. And if you were to say to them that my role is to go to Parliament and talk, or my role is to go to Parliament or to write a letter to, they're not going to understand that. They're not going to see the value of that. What they want to see is for you to be present with them in the rain, in the storm, as you were when you were seeking their vote. It is the nature of politics. It's not just Jamaica, it's everywhere. But as leaders, we have to be careful how we succumb to certain pressures that change the nature of our government, including how it lessens accountability and transparency. So I'm very sensitive to that. Absolutely. So it's not my intention to use the disaster response to change the nature of the office and function of the Member of Parliament. And I will say this in response, Leader of the Opposition. When we gave, when we made the allocation of $10 million to MPs, there were certain arguments being put. $10 million, this can't do anything. $10 million, and we agree, $10 million is absolutely insignificant to the overall picture. But note what MPs have said. We need more money for transporting the $10 million worth of goods, not to take it out of the $10 million, but we put money on top of that for transportation. Then some members of Parliament have said, we need funds to actually go and inspect the damage so that we can send back the picture. Then some members of Parliament have said, you know, we need staff to manage all of this. In other words, in other words, I appreciate, and I'm not saying that I don't understand the demands. I too am a Member of Parliament. But the office was never designed in the first place to do this. And so either we are going to unwittingly allow it to happen, or if it is the collective mind that it be so, then we will have to sit down and properly provision the office of the Member of Parliament to become a department of the government that delivers service in the constituencies. So it is a reality. So I'm not meaning to open this as a debate, but I'm just pointing out. I'm just pointing out that these are things that, as the people who lead the country, we have to sometimes look above what the public is saying and what everybody else is saying and see what our collective action is doing. Are we leading or are we being led? Now, I mean, it is a debate to be had, Leader of the Opposition. It's a debate to be had, but I wouldn't, for this cleanup program, Yes, that's what I'm coming to. So in this cleanup program, as in any other, we expect that the Member of Parliament will play a critical role in, one, recommending the persons who will be employed. Absolutely important. So you will be working along with your SDC officers. Number two, that you will be playing a role in identifying equipment that can be used in the cleanup. The NSWMA will be the coordinating body for the trucks and the tractors and the excavators and the power saws and all of those things. So the NSWMA may not know all the equipment that exists within your constituency or in your community. So you will coordinate with them. But just to be clear, MPs are not to get involved in any contracting or procurement matters. I think I have to say this and say it publicly and say it repeatedly. It is not your role. MPs can play a pivotal role in mobilizing the community. Now, when any program is announced with resources, as MPs we know that the first thing that people see or ask is the money and how much you're going to get. But this is a national cleanup program where, though there is a component of pay, there is also a component of service. It is in all our interests to remove the debris from the communities. Let's be clear. There will be persons in communities who are not able themselves to remove the debris. Old persons, infirm persons. And therefore, as you organize the labor force, as members of parliament, you will have great knowledge of your communities as to where the help will be needed. So you can help to guide how the various work teams are directed, where they should go and how they should be deployed. So the members of parliament have a critical role to play, but I'm going to urge you to stay within the bounds of what you are constitutionally required to do. Now, the other question was the road patching. Mr. Speaker, we will not be able to do the road patching as we have done in the previous mitigation program because of one, the resource constraint, and number two, we would not want the NWA's resources to be tied up in treating with the procurement and contracting in other areas where the need is not as great as the 16 constituencies and some other targeted areas. So we have taken the decision to focus the efforts right now on getting those 16 areas back up and running. It doesn't mean that there will not be an allocation. It just means that you won't have the allocation now while this program is going on. Because the NWA will play a critical role in this national cleanup as well. Because remember now, most of the debris would be along their corridor, the NWA corridors and the parish council corridors. And we will need the NWA to help us with management and supervision of the various work teams, and to help us in the reporting of the removal of the debris. Because at some point in time, there will be accountability, there will be monitoring and evaluation. You might hear that, you know, we move 20,000 truckloads of debris, and then, you know, for some reason you can't account for 4,000 or 5,000. We don't want that. We want to be able to account for everything. So we're going to ask the NWA to help us with just managing how accounting for the removal of the waste, tracking, and helping us to understand in particular areas, for example, there might be light poles. Some debris might block gullies. It might block culverts. So we want the NWA to be there to assist the work teams in proper guidance and direction to make sure that everything is done according to what proper civil works codes should be. I believe you had a third question, Leader of the Opposition. That was it? Good.
Member from St. Catherine North Central.
Prime Minister, I am still, over these years, questioning how it is determined that the hilly terrain of North Central St. Catherine and East Central St. Andrew could possibly get the same funding for bushing when this amount by NWA rates and standard would only do about 3 of my main thoroughfares. So I'm not picking on you, but my colleagues as well. Why would I get up in North Central St. Catherine, where the vegetation is so overgrown? I don't know how I could be compared to East Kingston and Port Royal. So I'm not picking on you. Dog. I am batting for rural constituencies at this time. The bush are closing upon the cars. The people have nowhere to walk. Down in St. Andrew, is it northeast where Chuck is? Yes, northeast. I think maybe you would probably beautify the curb walls, yes. But we have bush, the vegetation that cars can't pass without crying up the side of the vehicles and with people not having anywhere to walk. There is no routine maintenance going on, so let's not fool ourselves. The bushing only takes place once per year. And when that happens, it is at a place where it is not manageable. We have to be using equipment to first clear the sides of the road before we can even send men out there to attempt to bush. Prime Minister, I'm appealing to you. Rural constituencies must be treated differently at this time to be able to take care of overgrown vegetation. My second question relates to the movement of funding. I think we have always been able to, based on what our needs are, that we might be able to do some juggling where possible. Please just elaborate.
Prime Minister, just a minute. Yeah, you go ahead now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for those statements and the question. Because we had cut the program to dovetail it into the national cleanup program, we didn't make the usual parametric provisions where you could make certain changes. But as the program is defined now, I will inform my permanent secretary that I have no objections if a member of parliament were to decide to shift from bulky waste into bushing or from bushing into bulky waste. But there can be no compromise on the $2 million for cleaning drains and waterways, because if you note, it is more for vector control. So you can use this for vector control if you would like. But the threat now is mostly for standing water, where you are having rats and other vectors, mosquitoes. So if we would not allow you not to use that $2 million for that purpose, but you can move between bushing and bulky waste removal. On the matter of the rural constituency, it is a constant point being made in these debates. And more as it is made, I'm inclined to consider it. Not as an additional allocation, but as we have, for example, which we debated last week or the week before, with the bauxite levy fund for constituency development. Constituencies, they get a special allocation from that. So there may be ways to craft programs that are specific to rural constituencies for which you would qualify as one, rather than to make a general allocation.
Member from St. Anne Southeastern, Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Prime Minister. Just to echo, Southeast St. Anne is the largest, geographically, the largest constituency in the country. And so the issues related to, yeah man, that's true man, you check your thing. The issue of ensuring that we're able to service and deal with the issues with roads, bushing, etc. is critical, and I want to echo what the member has said. And thank you for your commitment to considering it. The other consideration which I would like to ask if you would make, Prime Minister, is some flexibility. You said there will be funds coming regarding patching, and so I wonder if you'd consider now allowing some of us to be able to access those patching resources earlier than others. And I say this because the roads in my constituency are downright dangerous, and they've been made more so by the hurricane and the waters from the hurricane. But in addition, we have some breakaways, which might be a separate issue, but certainly road-related, breakaways from slippages that need urgent attention. So, two parts to the question. The first is flexibility with the patching resources. Those of us who, in consultation with the NAA, can access and use those resources effectively in the short term, if we can have that flexibility. And secondly, the plans for dealing with the breakaways from the hurricane in constituencies like mine.
Thank you, member, and thank you again, Mr. Speaker. I see that the road patching and road maintenance are matters of concern, particularly for the MPs that are not within the 16. Let me assure the entire Parliament, the NAA presented to the Cabinet a budget for recovery of roads for $35 billion. We were not able to allocate $35 billion all at once. We settled on an allocation of $5 billion. That's what we could see our way to fiscally. And in that $5 billion would be allocations for patching up roads, minor and major repairs. I'm not sure if we did anything for
Prime Minister, please. It is now 7:20. House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the time being 7:20, I ask that the House be allowed to sit beyond 7:30 to complete the business of the day.
The request is on the floor. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it. Prime Minister, you may continue.
We could see our way fiscally, and members, allow me to just engage you for a few minutes. Please bear in mind that revenues have fallen, expenditures by virtue of what we need for relief and recovery. You would have heard the Minister of Energy explain the demands on the government, even things that we did not budget for, we have to now put them in place. So it's a delicate balancing act to ensure that we don't end up in a financial crisis as we are responding. So every demand that is made, we put it through the lens of what is fiscally possible. Now, what is fiscally possible is also determined by how efficiently you spend the resources allocated. We can make allocations that are not efficiently used. So we have to look at what is the spending capacity of the entities that we are giving the resources to. So when it comes to road patching, for example, if we were to say, fix all the roads, say we're going to fix all the roads in all the constituencies, and then in addition to that, spend more resources on the 16. You know what the biggest problem was? The member of my sister from St. Andrews Southwest, who stood up in Parliament last year and complained that you have allocated, what was it, $40 million, but I can't get anything done. And why could you get that $40 million spent? Because it had to go through procurement and then contracting and all kind of long process, tying up the NWA staff. Note, we haven't made a budget to increase the staff of the NWA. We haven't taken on more people, it's the same staff. So even if we're making allocations, we also have to think about how the allocations are going to be spent. So these are just some of the considerations. So what we have done is to look at the entirety of the roads that need to be repaired, give priority to those that are in the worst damaged areas, which I think we all agree that that's the sacrifice we have to make. But at the same time, as soon as we have gotten those roads underway, then we can look at the others. So we're going to treat all the roads in Jamaica under the emergency procurement because they were all affected. But the emphasis, because of the resources that we have, will be on the roads that are in the most affected areas, and then we will come back and deal with the other roads. So we have allocated $1.5 billion for patching. Note that last year, when we were impacted by the heavy rains after Beryl, we allocated $2 billion for patching island-wide. So we have allocated $1.5 billion. Note as well that out of that $5, we have already spent, because we have cleared almost all the roads. There are only 15 roads that are still blocked. And of that 15, some are blocked because, as you mentioned, landslides and slippages and waterlogged, which we just wouldn't be able to address those. So we have already spent in clearing that. As I speak today, all the roads you can drive on. There might still be some bush on the side of the road, but that's what the National Cleanup Program is designed to do, and that's why we'll work in coordination with the NWA and the JPS and NWC to make sure that we're not interfering with the civil works and the road furniture and the critical works that are along those roads. And that's the coordination of the National Cleanup Program. So I put the MPs at ease. You will have your roads attended to, but from a procurement and contracting perspective, we want to get those 16 constituencies off very quickly, and then we'll be able to address the others shortly. So I would say that by late January, early February, we can start to patch, which would ordinarily be about when you would be able to spend that $10 million anyway. The overall coordination of the National Cleanup Program is the NSWMA. Yeah. Oh, the 10 million, right. So the usual. So the bulky waste is NSWMA. The cleanup and the management of the drain cleaning and so forth, vector control, that's NWA working with your Ministry of Health. So remember now, if you need to do vector control, contact your local Ministry of Health personnel to assist you either with baiting for rats or treating water or any of those activities that you would normally do in terms of ensuring that any standing water is not an environmental threat.
Member from St. Andrews Southwestern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have 3 quick questions. The first one is really a very simple one. Prime Minister, you mentioned an allocation to councillors, which seemed a little bit minuscule. I suspect that they will be hearing more about a program for the councillors. That's one. It's 3. I don't know if you just want to take the 3. Okay. So just to make sure that as a former councillor, I'm not here and not paying attention to that. So that's one. The second one has to be, Prime Minister, you spoke about government having discussions with the SDC and so on, and giving instructions for the inclusion of the members of parliament and their role. The question, Minister, Prime Minister, is whether or not those recommendations are going to be in writing and clear, and whether or not that similar approach cannot be used for the distribution of relief as it relates wider than just this in this post-Melissa recovery and all of what we're doing. Because it isn't happening now. It isn't. That's two. Remember I said three? Right. So now, the third one, I mean, Prime Minister, it's just very simply, I would imagine that government has been having discussions with external sources about debris management based on what you have said is the volume of debris that Melissa has left with us. Are you ready to update us, or are we to expect any more detailed update further on?
As it relates to the allocation for councillors, the revenue impact has also negatively affected local government revenues right across the island. So what we have done here is in consideration of the fallout generally for local government. I'll leave that burden on the Minister of Local Government when he comes to speak to see what other allocations he can make from his already dwindling resources. But if it can be topped up, I'm certain the Minister will do that. As it relates to the instructions, we will make the effort to put them in writing so that the officers are aware that the members of Parliament have been prescribed specific roles in supporting the National Cleanup Program. And then your third question is about debris management, right? So yes, we are actually in touch with other entities. And you would know that we have brought in, I asked the UN Secretary General for support in the management of disaster, the logistics of management, and he kindly sent a team in addition to sending a Jamaican, you might know him, Ronald Jackson, who is an international expert in this. And so this is part of the conversation going on about how to manage this debris. What we have done here is from our side, meaning from the executive side, is the financial allocation. And how can we multiply the allocation? So meaning that instead of just paying trucks to remove the garbage, how can we get the people who are removing the garbage understanding about debris, introduce recycling and separation and these other things. So whatever expenditure we're doing, yes, it's about relief from having the garbage, but it is also about making the community stronger. That yes, you see this garbage, but plastics can be recycled, metals can be reused, and we want to get that kind of notion into the community. But we also want to take advantage of this period to rebuild community spirit, to get people to come out and clean their own communities. So that's the idea behind the expenditure. So it's not merely an expenditure, it's about multiplying the value of what we get from the expenditure.
Member from Portland Eastern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Prime Minister. Prime Minister, I just crave your indulgence because I don't want to sound repetitive. I had a conversation with the Minister of Works, if I'm saying that, yes, in terms of preserving roads at this time. So if we don't have exceptions to the rules in everything that you've outlined, we may find ourselves in a situation where we're spending more to preserve roads that we just previously spent a lot of money to repave and construct. For instance, I can think of one road, in Bellevue, that's in Fellowship, Portland. The top of it was done, millions of dollars spent, and the bottom of it. In the middle of it, there was no works done. So what you have is the road actually deteriorating, the unimproved area going into the area that was improved, and between the road and the drain. The conversation that I spoke about is the practicality of you'd have to spend money to even dump the spaces so that it doesn't actually disintegrate further and start to destroy the other road, the new road. So my question then is, will there be an exception to the rules where it is identified? Because I know you outline the role of the MP, but if we are on the ground and we're seeing particular things, to preserve the status quo while we await the parishes that are affected, we may find ourselves with a higher bill. And so before the next part of it is certainly the parishes that are situated similar to mine that I would have heard my friend speak about. The drain cleaning exercise is also one of road preservation. When the debushing part of it and the drain, you have drains, gutters that are like drains on those expensive roads. If they are not, if the debushing and the drain cleaning isn't working in tandem, what you're going to have is that the road itself is then destroyed. And so there are situations where, notwithstanding what's happening with NWA, and I heard it's practical, but the preservation is going to be almost as if we're going to find ourselves with a new problem and a more expensive bill. And so there was a complaint because in my constituency, I've had to take the decision to simply get marl and shingle, that I'm now learning that there's a different quality, and NWA is telling me you need to stop because the quality of the marl is not good. No, I'm just bringing that out to say that the practical solution, which rightly the minister would have advised me, is to, if you can stop the gap, you're going to have to do that. But how long can I afford to do that in a private capacity while we wait? And so I just needed to consider that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just listening to the Member of Parliament, I can see his passion and the genuine desire of wanting to help. And just reflecting that you know, when I became a Member of Parliament, I may have taken the same posture. But I'm sure that your senior colleagues over there, as I read their faces, would be saying, he will learn, he will learn, he will learn, he will learn. But remember, when we sit here and make the rules, we are not intent on breaking them. But when exceptional circumstances are brought to our attention, we will have to address them. The provisions made to members of Parliament, and let me say this, and I have to be the one to say it because you're going to face your constituents who will tell you, the Prime Minister allocate $5 million to you, to your constituency. Fix all the roads. The funds that are allocated to members of Parliament are not meant to replace the functioning ministries, departments, and agencies who have the budgets to actually deliver the service. The allocations that are given to members of Parliament are there for them to be able to respond to urgent, critical welfare and health and other critical social needs and some infrastructure needs. But the Member of Parliament is not the executive director of the NWA or the managing director of the NWA. He's not the supervisor of works. I have to say that and say it clearly. Now, I know some of us want to pretend as if we are, because that is the way you win votes. But it is setting you up because you will not be able to fulfill the demands. I need to just say it in your protection, member from East Portland, and for all MPs. So if you have said you have brought it to the attention of the minister. I just had a word with the minister. There is a process. These things, if you bring them to the attention of your NWA parish manager, or I suspect that road is a parish council road, that you bring it to the superintendent of works in the parish council. Those matters would then funnel up into the larger budget, and then the decisions are made as to how the larger budget is allocated to what is a priority. All right?
Member from Eastern St. Thomas Eastern.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Prime Minister, I heard you mention some special areas outside of the badly affected areas. I want to crave your indulgence this evening. There are two areas in Eastern St. Thomas. Bath, where the river, contrary to what persons are saying, that persons build their houses on the river banks. The road is the Copper Lane area where the river undermined the road. And it's in a very, very dangerous way. The last hurricane, the motor vehicles were washed away. Houses have been undermined. And persons are traumatized, because they have nowhere to live. They have to be here, there, and everywhere, living with family members. Some of them, the convenience is not proper. So I am asking for special consideration for the Bath Copper Lane area, where the river washed away vehicles and undermined the structure. Also, Rowlandsfield, where there is a breakaway in Rowlandsfield, very, very dangerous, Prime Minister. It happened from Beryl, and it has worsened since Hurricane Melissa. So those two areas I'm asking for special considerations.
Mike, Minister, Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm taking that this will be the last question so that we can wrap up. But you mentioned, member, special communities. We're going to be driven by the ODPEM data as to the areas that were affected. I suspect that Bath and the area that you have mentioned would be considered in the cleanup effort. But it seems to me that you're suggesting that it is more than just the cleanup that you need. I take note of that, and I will, through ODPEM and the Ministry of Labour and Social Security, ensure that the proper assessment is done, a report is given, and we see how best we can respond. Questions were raised about breakaways, and I didn't answer them. Now, just to be clear with the breakaways, the NWA is in the process of assessing the breakaways. I have seen that there are members of communities who are saying that they are taking matters into their own hands and trying to create pathways on unstable soil. I can only use this platform to advise members. I am the first one to encourage and support community initiative, but trying to construct a pathway on a landslide or a breakaway is very dangerous. The NWA, as I've said, they have done assessments. And there are two issues that we have to consider, which the public should understand. Once there is a breakaway, the alternative is to either bring the road inland, which would mean in some instances, or most instances, going through private property. we would have to acquire that. That takes some time. Or if we decide that it is feasible to restore the breakaway, which is usually a very expensive undertaking for civil engineering. So it is not something that I can tell you that it will be corrected overnight. So if there is obviously no alternatives, there's no alternate route, then we will have to move there very quickly to provide access, right? But if there is an alternative route, or an alternate route rather, I would encourage persons to use the alternate route rather than to risk going through the breakaway or the land slippage.
Member from West Central, St. James.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Prime Minister, are you aware that members of Parliament have experienced great difficulty in sourcing equipment in the immediate aftermath of the hurricane and are still experiencing that difficulty, and so it may impact that role of identifying equipment for the cleanup work? Firstly. Secondly, can we get an indication of what equipment has come in through international aid in the disaster response process? And thirdly, whether any mulching machine or other equipment that can assist with the biodegradable vegetation has come in or can be sourced to expedite the cleanup.
So I'm aware of the shortage of equipment. So if there is a general shortage, I'm certain that MPs are going to find it difficult. There is a notion that we have a lot of trucks, and as we pull from the regular trade, it is going to impact construction, agriculture, transportation. So we have to manage that very carefully. What we have done, we have made an allocation of $200 million to acquire equipment locally so far. I don't want to say too much about what we have started to procure, but we have started to look at tipper trucks, which are locally, which we can get out of the local supply here, brand new, and chipping machines, wood chipping machines. We have started to look for those. There are not many in the local trade because you need the industrial heavy-duty types. We have asked our partners to supply excavators, heavy, what they call it, D9 bulldozers, compactors, water trucks, and we have sourced water trucks here locally as well. So yes, we are trying to source what we can here locally, and we have asked our international partners to also supply. What was the other question? I think that's it.
Mr. Speaker, we have another statement by the Prime Minister.
Prime Minister, Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is my honor to report to this honorable House on my recent participation in the G20 summit held in Johannesburg, South Africa, hosted by President Cyril Ramaphosa of South Africa from the 22nd to the 23rd of November 2025. Over the course of the last few days, I held a series of high-level engagements with international institutions and world leaders with the overarching aim of securing Jamaica's interests in three key areas: advancing the country's recovery and reconstruction agenda following recent disaster events, mobilizing development and climate resilience financing, and reinforcing Jamaica's engagement with global governance institutions and the Global South. In support of this agenda, I met with the Managing Director of the International Monetary Fund and the President of the World Bank, sharing Jamaica's latest damage and loss assessments and presenting the recovery and reconstruction plan to the global finance community. During the Johannesburg meeting, I held productive talks with the following leaders, among others, President Cyril Ramaphosa, the summit host, and he affirmed support for Jamaica through their own disaster fund. I met with President Emmanuel Macron of France, in which we discussed deepening our cooperation and support for Jamaica's financing bid. I met with President Lula da Silva of Brazil, where we discussed possible agricultural support and support for Jamaica's relief and recovery initiatives. I met with Prime Minister Mark Carney of Canada, and I want to say here that Canada, through Prime Minister Carney, has taken a special interest in the financing of the reconstruction. It is a very technical area and an area in which we will require the support of many leaders who sit on the boards of the various international financial institutions where they have representatives on these boards. So when you present your package, you want to have global support from international leaders so that your request, your package of support can be approved by the boards of these international financial institutions. So that was the general thrust of meeting with the world leaders, to garner support for Jamaica's bid for financing. I met with Prime Minister Narendra Modi of India, noting our cultural and historical ties, and we also discussed support for Jamaica's agricultural sector and fisheries sector, and of course, all of these countries that we have discussed all assisted immediately as the hurricane struck. So we also expressed our thanks and gratitude to them. I met with the Vice President of Nigeria, and Nigeria committed to assist in our relief and recovery effort. And as I said, I met with Ajay Banga, and Ajay Banga is the president of the World Bank, and Kristalina Georgieva of the IMF. Interestingly as well, I had a good meeting with Tedros Ghebreyesus, the Director General of the World Health Organization. We discussed the public health situation in Jamaica as a result of the pandemic, and they have agreed to mobilize emergency resources for Jamaica. I also participated in multilateral sessions of the G20 summit, which was focused on disaster risk financing, climate transition, and debt sustainability, key areas for our CARICOM region. Notably, the summit's declaration emphasized disaster resilience, strengthening the international coordination for response to climate-related and natural disasters. Mr. Speaker, in those arrangements, I reiterated Jamaica's strong position. In those engagements, I reiterated Jamaica's strong position. We have already mobilized approximately $650 million US dollars, that's about 100 billion Jamaican dollars, for immediate available resources via our pre-planned and pre-arranged disaster risk financing framework. At the same time, we have access to more than $500 million through the rapid financing facility of the IMF. But I emphasized that our multi-year reconstruction effort will require substantially more support than these amounts alone can deliver. As I said earlier, the loss is estimated at $8.8 billion. However, a portion of that would be private losses covered by insurance. It is estimated, therefore, that there should still be a gap, of approximately $5 billion US dollars, which the government would need to fund. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, additional resources would need to be accessed. So, just to summarize that point, for the listening public. The damage assessed is 8.8. Insurance may cover 3.8 thereabout of it. There is still $5 billion, rounded figures, that would need to be funded. We have approximately 1 billion, thereabout, 1 billion that we can allocate towards the reconstruction. So we still need to find 4 billion. That's the window. And how do you get this? You have to, $4 billion. You have to get out there in the international community. You have to bring your case to the world leaders. You have to ensure that the international capital markets see that you're not going to only rely on their resources, that you can also have even greater support from the international financial institutions, and that helps to make a stronger case. And that is what we have done. The G20 summit, the G20 summit was a convenient place to meet all the leaders in one event. We therefore formally requested the international community, including the IMF, the World Bank, bilateral development partners, climate finance platforms, and multilateral development banks, to assemble a reconstruction support package that scales with Jamaica's ambitions and needs. This includes concessional loans and grants earmarked for resilient infrastructure, sustainable agriculture, including poultry and dairy, citrus, and hydroponics, and for the automation of our agricultural sector, for debt service relief and restructuring options to protect our fiscal space and sustain growth, and technical assistance through technology transfer for agriculture and other industries that we're seeking to develop, and for the risk insurance and contingency financing instruments linked to climate change and natural disaster, an area which Jamaica is the prime example of how this is done and utilized. This mission underscores several strategic imperatives for Jamaica, and by engaging proactively in the G20 and on the margins with major partner countries and institutions, Jamaica is asserting its voice in global economic governance, especially as a middle-income, small island developing state facing climate risks. Our emphasis on disaster resilience, sustainable agriculture, aligns neatly with Jamaica's stated vision of leveraging technology, AI, and automation within our agricultural sector, but not just within agriculture, within logistics, within manufacturing, in everything that we are doing. And so we are, Mr. Speaker, positioning Jamaica as the country that is embracing of technology and making ourselves not just the poster child of fiscal resilience, but the poster child of economic resilience in the face of a disaster. Our bilateral talks with Brazil, India, France, South Africa, and Nigeria signals Jamaica's intent to broaden its external partnership beyond traditional donors. And I want to say here, Mr. Speaker, that South-South cooperation is something that Jamaica is pursuing intentionally. I've had discussions with my brother and friend from Rwanda, President Kagame, and he will be sending an advanced team to come and see how they can assist. I suspect that the result of that will be a corps of engineers that will come from Rwanda to assist with our reconstruction. The same thing will happen with Ghana. I had a very good talk with the president of Ethiopia. As I mentioned, the vice president of Nigeria. We are, Mr. Speaker, building close relations with Africa. Because that the G20 was held in Africa is significant. very significant. It shows Africa emerging and Africa being very important to the future of the global economy. But, Madam Speaker, we should note that from a foreign policy point of view, we have always maintained that it is best for Jamaica to always be at the table, to always have a voice. And just to be clear, Madam Speaker, not to be at some table or at a subset. We want to be at the main table where the global decisions are made. And Madam Speaker, it should be noted, it is sometimes, Mr. Speaker, it should be noted, it is sometimes underlooked and undervalued that this is the second time that Jamaica has been invited to the G20. Jamaica has been
Mr. Speaker, the member's time for speaking has expired. We ask that it be extended for 10 minutes to complete the presentation.
The request is on the floor. Those in favor? Those against, the ayes have it. You may continue, Prime Minister. Mike, please.
Mr. Speaker, you know, it is oftentimes not looked upon as being of any great import. You know, one member I overheard saying, when God South Africa, for he should be here marshalling the recovery. And I shake my head. I shake my head. And the reason why is that I understand how our electorate and how even some of our intellectuals will think about it. And we didn't take the decision of going lightly. In fact, Mr. Speaker, up until a couple days before, the decision was that I would not be going. But we discussed it and we debated it, and the offer was even extended for us to attend. And we decided that, given that that was the case, we attended. But I want to say this, Mr. Speaker, and it's very important to say. The measure of the recovery is not going to be in how fast you deliver the package of food. The measure of the recovery is going to be how fast you return electricity and water. How you kept the population safe from diseases and health risks and mentally positive in outlook. But the ultimate measure is going to be how you rebuild forward better. Not that you take up a shack that was destroyed in the hurricane and build back another shack. That is not what is going to be measured as success. And to do that, the time of the Prime Minister is not best used handing out a bag of this and a bag of that. The time of the Prime Minister is best used mobilizing the international community to deliver the billions of dollars that is going to be necessary to rebuild the country. So for those people who want to create mischief and mislead people, I leave my judgment to the reconstruction. So this week, there you go. So in the weeks ahead, the government will prepare and circulate to all partners the detailed Jamaica Reconstruction and Resilience Program document, including costing, phasing, governance structures, environmental and social safeguards, and expected impact, that is in terms of job productivity, technology adoption, We'll convene a partner donor roundtable virtually and then in person to formalize the international support package with a view to securing commitments by the end of the first quarter of 2026. And then we will commence with the first initial tranche of early action projects under our framework to demonstrate momentum, accountability, and value for money to our partners as well as to the Jamaican people, and to ensure that Jamaica's disaster risk financing architecture is fully leveraged and our fiscal framework remains prudent, and that all assistance aligned with our national development priorities and climate resilience goal. Mr. Speaker, I wish to express gratitude to all the Jamaican delegation members and government officials who supported the work in South Africa. I also wish to thank the members of the diaspora who I got the opportunity to meet in South Africa. And let me also extend gratitude to all of our development partners and international institutions for their engagement. Most importantly, I wish to assure the House and the Jamaican people that this mission generated significant dividends, commitments, committed attention to the highest level of global governance to Jamaica's needs, specific bilateral affirmations of partnership, and tangible forward momentum on Jamaica's key strategic priorities. I now commend this statement to the House and look forward to a collective move forward to resilience, prosperity, and an inclusive Jamaica.
Prime Minister, thank you for the statement. I have a couple of in relation to the 650 million that has already been mobilized from the insurances and other sources, could you give me a breakdown of that 650 million? I know CRIF is about 90, the CAT bond about 150. What I'd like to know whether the balance of that money reflects insurances or whether those reflect any loans that we have taken from any other multilateral partners. I know the 500 million you refer to is an IMF drawdown, which comes from the Rapid Financing Facility. With the 1.15 that we have in hand, could you indicate how much of that we have spent in the recovery effort so far, and what are some of the immediate priorities? For example, we know many people have lost livelihoods in the tourism industry. We know SMEs have been decimated. What is the plan to provide immediate relief to those particular stakeholders where if you don't provide the relief now, the problem is going to be a bigger problem 6 months, 9 months, 12 months down the road? Secondly, and your colleague may be able to answer this better, are we receiving the full 150 million from the CAT bond, or are there any fees or charges related to it, which would maybe 10%? I don't know what the figure is, but are there monies deducted from that to give a net value to the Jamaican people? And then I take note of the plan, and I don't think anybody on this side would have any criticism of your trip to South Africa to lobby for funding, and I don't think anybody said that. But from the preliminary discussions that you would have had with your multilateral partners, have you any indication at this stage, accepting that you wouldn't have something firm, of commitments that would help to close that gap of approximately $4 billion? And then for the Minister of Finance, what would be your projection? You're not the minister, but we haven't gotten a statement from her. We know we're at about 62% GDP. We had to expect to get down to 60 before the end of the fiscal year. You're obviously going to have to borrow. What is your projection in the short term in terms of what you anticipate our debt to GDP will rise to in the short term, and then over time, what you think, what level we would be at? And finally, you had indicated a couple of weeks ago we're going to relax the fiscal rules, which nobody would have an argument with. Have we begun or started that process, formally submitting the report to the Independent Fiscal Commission, etc., so that that process is underway, and we have formally made the overtures to the respective multilateral agencies in relation to seeking funding?
Member from St. Andrew Southeast. You mentioned in your presentation a new creature in our our fiscal landscape called the Fiscal Commissioner. And the Fiscal Commissioner examines all our statements and everything that the government puts forward for its credibility and whether or not it is sound. And they will make pronouncements. So we on this side have enforced a particular discipline. And that is when it comes to speaking on some of these fiscal issues, we allow the Minister of Finance to speak first. The Minister of Finance will come to Parliament Tuesday next week with some of the things that you have just asked. For example, you have asked about whether or not we have started the process to change the fiscal rules. Yes, it has begun, and the Minister will come with the necessary legislative changes that are necessary. And that process of bringing our supplementary and having it reviewed by the Fiscal Commissioner, that is underway. So a supplementary will come next week. So I don't want to answer questions that ought rightfully to be presented by the Minister of Finance at that time. I would say to you, though, that you have asked questions regarding, you've asked a question regarding what we have gotten in terms of the catastrophe bond and these things. The catastrophe bond, I understand that it's a full payment, but there are usually some small fees and so attached. What that is, I couldn't say, I don't know now, but the Minister of Finance, I will have her undertake to present that when she presents next week. Our fiscal resilience plan starts with savings, which we put into our National Disaster Risk Fund, then contingencies, which we set aside from each budget, then insurance, for example, the CRIF, then our catastrophe bond, which we have gotten a full payout from, and from the CRIF, Minister, you remind me what we got from the CRIF? About 91 billion. And then we have access to prearranged financing, essentially prearranged debt that we can get at concessionary rates. And that would come from our partners, the IMF, the World Bank, and the IDB. From the IDB, there are some prearranged funds that can go up to as much as about 450 million, 400 million, thereabout. We will not be able to get all of it because some of it is reliant on some triggers being met. Those triggers have not been met in this disaster. The CAF, which is the Central American Development Bank, they have given us a grant, but they have said that they would be prepared to give us financing as well. So my visit to the G20 to meet with all of these leaders all in one place was to secure funding over and above what we have already secured through the various systems that I have mentioned, from savings to prearranged debt, because the extent of the damage surpasses what we had prearranged and what we have set aside in savings and contingencies and insurance. So we need to go to the international community, make our case, garner friends, get influence in these international financial entities to look at Jamaica's case specially or give special consideration so that we can get access to more financing. That's the essence of it.
Just a follow-up. Could you indicate how much we have raised from the, I think it's the Support Jamaica website, in terms of funding, and whether we have been using those funds to deal with the ongoing responding to the emergencies, etc., and whether those funds are managed through the Ministry of Finance or an appropriate government agency, and whether the same rules that apply in terms of procurement, etc., for normal government-related funds apply to those that would be raised through the Support Jamaica website.
technically, all the funds raised should go into our National Disaster Risk Fund. Some of them go to ADPEM, go to the account, to the ADPEM account. But all the funds are under the management and supervision of the regular fiscal and financial rules that pertain to any funding that the government of Jamaica has. The question is whether or not, so your question is, did they go into the central consolidated fund or did they go into a special fund? If they went into the consolidated fund, then they are at the disposal of the government. If they go into the disaster risk fund, then they can only be spent under certain conditions and for certain purposes. And so any fund that is related to disasters goes into the disaster risk fund, unless either the donor or the person lending specifies that it can be for budgetary support, which I haven't seen much of that recently. Now, the question that you're asking is, have we spent any of those funds on the relief effort? My understanding is that we have first utilized what we have in the contingency, meaning what we have set aside in the budget, and then what we have in the fund itself. So in other words, we are only spending so far Jamaica's money, because that's immediate, and you know what it is. The others it keeps coming. One day you hear it's X amount, then by tomorrow more comes in. So we'll soon know what the full picture is. I believe the ADPEM director at some point would have given some updates. I don't have those figures with me. Yeah, but I will undertake, member, that at the next time that I speak publicly, I will have the figures available as to exactly what has been raised from all the efforts. A global figure, I'll make those available. And just to be clear, Mr. Speaker, I know there's a lot of talk about government getting money and not using it, and we have to be so careful that these kinds of careless talk. Now, for the people, Mr. Speaker, I'm about to say something, and I just want to be clear. For the people who are saying it, and gaining influence on persons who don't understand, it is dangerous, because there is a public that believes that somehow we sit here and we are trying to somehow take away money that has come for the relief of the people. Let me say this clearly, Mr. Speaker. It would be morally reprehensible for anyone to be using any government resources in any way that has been given or borrowed for relief or any other action to mitigate the damage of this hurricane for any personal or private gain. And if there is any such thing happening, I don't have to wait for any other entity to ferret it out or find it. I will find it myself. Let it be on the record, Mr. Speaker, that this is not the first disaster that this government has had to address. There was never a question about the administration of resources for Hurricane Beryl. No donor said, what I gave, I don't know how it was accounted for. Let it be clear that for the entire administration of the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic, where the government of Jamaica executed the largest social protection program in the history of Jamaica. There wasn't even one question of misappropriation of funds. So I want to be clear, Mr. Speaker, that those persons who wish to tarnish myself, tarnish the government, you're tarnishing Jamaica with a lie. I am not worried so much, Mr. Speaker, because wherever I travel and I meet with the international community, you know what they say? They say, you have done an amazing job. And I'm not joking, Mr. Speaker. I don't have to say it about myself. The international officers who come here representing the international agencies, they go, and I don't ask them to, they go and say it publicly. Direct contradiction of the nonsense that some people are saying. So I know that it hasn't done any damage at that level, because they know, they see, they understand, they know the systems in place, and they know what would have happened in other countries. And they have confidence in the government. But some of them who are saying these things are people who know better, and they mislead. They mislead the people. So let me be clear in this parliament that this government will manage this disaster without any form of corruption, misdirection, maladministration, malfeasance, misfeasance. We are going to manage this disaster with the highest level of probity and integrity and accountability. And it is necessary to do this, Mr. Speaker, because the scale of what we need in support from the international community can only be gotten if the international community feels that we have the institutional framework to ensure that whatever resources are made available are properly used. So one can only say that those people who are spreading those rumors are determined to bring down Jamaica. They do not support Jamaica. So as I stand here, Mr. Speaker, my statement is also a warning to us. Let's be clear, it is a warning to the government, but it is my duty also to dismiss and dispel falsehood.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have really just one single question for the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, are you aware that your statement that the government will prepare and circulate to all partners the detailed Jamaica Reconstruction and Resilience Program document, including costings, phasing, governance structure, environmental and social safeguards, and all of that detail, will ring hollow if you do not ensure that there is indeed a coordinated and joined up approach to what is doing? Or persons will begin to ask, as they have started asking, why is it this early relief program has been so chaotic, disjointed, and partisan in how it has been carried out?
Mr. Speaker, what we have seen here, and the question asked, is a classic case of bringing the false notion onto a public platform. I can say here, Mr. Speaker, I can say here, and the member from Southwest, I call her my neighbor and my sister. And I try not to be harsh. I try not to be harsh. But she's saying that she can manage it. Mr. Speaker, the member from St. Andrew Southwest is not an expert in disaster recovery. The experts in disaster recovery have spoken, and they have spoken publicly on Jamaican media, on Jamaican radio. They have written documents, and they have said quite the opposite. In fact, they have commended Jamaica as a small island developing state for its response. The persons who peddle this falsehood, Mr. Speaker, seem to conveniently ignore that Hurricane Melissa was one of the strongest hurricanes to have hit Jamaica, not just in the Atlantic, but globally. It is in the top 3 strongest hurricanes. No other hurricane has done the level of damage to Jamaica in its recorded history than this one. None. Within hours after Hurricane Melissa, I picked up the phone and I called the chief, the acting chief of defense staff, the head of the NWA, the minister responsible for works, and I said to them, get the airport open. They were out there in the night checking the road to make sure, checking with the necessary authorities to make sure that planes could land. The following day, we were able to open the airport. Mr. Speaker, in a few days, hold on, in a few days, we were able to open the Sangster International Airport. In 72 hours, precisely. Now let me be clear on this, Mr. Speaker. Let me be clear. Roads were blocked. Communities cut off. I don't like to talk about what the equipment capability of the JDF is. Well, we don't have enough helicopters. We just don't. It took 3 days for us to get additional airlift from our American friends, and I want to thank them for making the airlift available. 3 days. When I landed in Black River the day after, I sent a team by ground. That team could not pass through Holland Bamboo to get to me. When I called to say where they were still with machetes trying to cut their way through. JDF was there with them trying to cut their way through. Never forget it, a lady said she walked 20 miles. I saw her coming in to Black River, and she said a neighbor of hers was out in the storm and a wall fell on him and he died. And we asked JDF, as soon as you're able to mobilize, go and find this body. I mean, I would say we had about 5 operational helicopters. Now you think about having just 5 helicopters 3 days after. How are you going to distribute that to deal with all the problems? Yes. The people who peddle that are unreasonable, yes, and they are lying. And they don't mean Jamaica anymore. Now, Mr. Speaker, I am the first one to say that in the immediate response, there was a scramble. We don't deny that, because we have never had this before. Institutions, you know, funny enough, Mr. Speaker, the members from Westmoreland made a very strong case that the disaster response was slow and ineffective. And you know, I reflected on it. I did, because every criticism, I take it and I look at it, because if I am wrong, I'm the first to admit. In the same way that when I looked at the response, I said in the first 3 days, we were all just trying to run around and trying to get things done. And you know why, Mr. Speaker? Because the member will tell you that the disaster manager for the parish fell ill, had a stroke, and that key person in the coordination of the response was not available. But I wouldn't only use that as a response, as an excuse. There were persons who lost their roofs, who were cut off, had no telecommunication, we couldn't find them. So to say that our response was slow, it's not just a lie, it's unfair. Let's make another point, Mr. Speaker. The Jamaica Defense Force stood up an operation, and we had to make strategic decisions about how we're going to use our resources. Strategic decision number 1. If there are people who want to come to Jamaica, who have the experience, who have the equipment, and who have the know-how to do this thing, let them go quickly into the areas. So I see people saying, I don't see nobody from the government. The only person I see is from the Lacovia police station. How you think the aid got there? You think they just swam into Jamaica? The government opened the airport. The government cleaned the road. The government escorted them. Don't talk nonsense. To ensure that all the people who you see out there who want to give aid to Jamaica, that they are able to do it. You think they come here without ensuring that there are security guarantees? Who you think gives them the security guarantees? You think the stock that they have just move automatically, just materialize where they are? How many convoys you see moving with the security forces carrying them through? Don't talk nonsense about there was no government presence. I want to give commendation to the police. The JCF needs special recognition in this disaster because with roofs blown off, no electricity, they stood up. When I went to Black River, the police station was destroyed, nothing, they didn't have any electricity. One of my first order of business was to secure generators. I gave 4 generators to police stations. I don't go out and make this public because that's not my role or my job, but I did it just to make sure that there was a center of response. Yes. When we went into communities, we realized that all businesses were destroyed. And right now, we have stood up a program where we are supporting businesses re-emerging. The member from Eastern Westmoreland would know that we're going to help White House, that we have in White House both the Ministry of Investment and Commerce and the Factories Corporation. Their target, their response is to stand up businesses in those communities. No, man, they talk to you. Factories told me they talk to you. Factories told me they talk to you. Yes. I'm sure he will speak to you later. But I just want to point out that Black River, I tasked UDC to help to clean up Black River, and there's a plan to clean up Black River. UDC will do it. And all of this is within effectively days. Now, bear in mind, Mr. Speaker, we're doing relief because what people see as managing the hurricane is carrying a bag of food from point A to point B. And everybody is out there giving out food and taking pictures, and that's fine, that's great. We thank you, and we want you to continue to do that. What that does is to relieve the government of that task. But even so, the JDF, Mr. Speaker, is still packaging, has the capability to package 10,000 packages and send them out. And that's what they do constantly. They have a list of communities, along with the Ministry of Labour and Social Security, where every day they are out there giving. Nobody's out there taking pictures with them and saying how great they are doing. But let's think about it. 900,000 people affected. About 40,000 houses flattened. Just multiply that by 3. Let's say 150,000 persons have been impacted. You believe that, one organization here delivering package and one day it's going to solve that problem? How long they're going to do it for? What will have to be stood up to be able to carry this through for months? So we have to be strategic. Build out the hubs, which we have done. Then we build out substations, which we have done. And that logistics hub, which moves food through to stations and then to substations, that same logistics hub is going to move building materials to hubs and then into people. In the weeks to come, you're going to see the JDF transition from delivering packages. They will still have a presence but they are going to transition now to help in the rebuilding of the houses for those people who are most in need. When this is studied, as it will be studied, when the history book is written, our response compared to others, and you can say compared to Katrina, compared to Irma, compared to others, Jamaica has done better than most. And I think it is unfair and unfortunate that there are those who would try to tear down Jamaica. When the history is written, we will know who are the ones who tore down Jamaica and who are the ones who are reconstructing Jamaica. Finally, Mr. Speaker, we have a very clear strategy to manage the disaster. Minimize human suffering. There's a lot of human suffering going on. I witnessed it personally, and you were on the front lines, and you saw it. I saw the impact it had on you. And we cannot deny that there are people who are suffering, who are exposed to the elements, wind and rain. That is the case, and we are working as best as possible to do it. You have to figure, are you going to do a general strategy that moves everyone, or are you going to be responding to everyone that is crying out, and you look like you're disorganized? We build a strategy, and that strategy is working, which is to have the JDF marshal the humanitarian response in support and in parallel with our entertainers, our churches, and the general citizens who want to help. That's a very important part of managing the humanitarian issues. While that is going on, let us manage recovery. Now, recovery is let us get our electricity back up, let us get our water back up, let us get our telecommunications back up, let us open up our roads, and let us get our businesses back up. Let's focus on those 5 things. At 74% return of electricity island-wide, let's look at St. James, major corridor, Montego Bay, electricity has started to return. In Hanover, in Westport and some parts, Negril, electricity starting to return, and the focus is on getting back the electricity as quickly as possible. Recovery. Get water back, so as electricity comes back, water comes back, but even before that, we are putting in the generators, which builds the resilience. Let's get that up. Get the businesses back up. Recovery. The idea is that during Christmas and that period, we want to accelerate the recovery. And then we enter reconstruction. And reconstruction is not just building back what was there, it's building it forward. Let's use the disaster as a means to induce growth in the economy. So let's do things that are going to create growth opportunities. Yes. And what I did today, in my presentation today, which is a report on what we did in the G20, is about doing that other part of the response to the disaster, which is the reconstruction. So we announced how we're going to manage the reconstruction with the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority. The next question is, how will it be funded? Well, that's what we have just done. We have just gone to the G20 to strategically try to find the funding so that the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority can work. So your question that you asked, if you don't do, when we said we're going to provide the details of the plan, that's what it is. That's why we have the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority. That is the detail of the plan. And you're not going to get the funding without having the details of the plan. And so that's what we have just said here. The details of the plan so that our stakeholders can say, yes, this makes sense. Yes, this looks like something we can fund. Yes, there is the management, there is the structure, there is the oversight, there is the accountability. Let's fund it. And that is where we are. So thank you, member, for opening the door for me to answer your questions.
Member from, you're yielding to the Westmoreland? Portland, are you yielding to Westmoreland?
I just have one question, if you're permitted. He will be sworn. This was one question.
Eastern Portland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Prime Minister, you made the phrase bill forward better. Now, in that context of reconstruction, the idea of container homes as a temporary solution is raised, it's floating around. Is there a timeline for the use of the container homes? And in terms of the build forward better, is there a mechanism to which the government will be assisting those who probably don't have the funds to build the type of structure that you envision?
Concisely as I can. Because the question that you have asked requires an entire presentation, which we intend to come to Parliament with on housing. But you say container housing, I prefer to use the term modular housing. And you say temporary housing, some modular solutions are temporary, based upon how they are built. They may last a year or two, if so long. But other modular solutions can last up to 10, 15 years. And we consider those semi-permanent. So it really depends on the type and grading of housing that we bring in. There will be some temporary housing solutions which we intend to deploy to support those persons who have no housing, who are vulnerable, elderly, young mothers with family. And we will try to deploy those as quickly as possible. We do not have enough either temporary modular or semi-permanent modular housing on the island. So we have, between the NHD and the Ministry of Housing, we are developing the specs for the housing that we want, which we have done, and we are about to place orders to bring in houses. I announced that last week. It will take anywhere from 60 to 90 days. You know, I've heard estimates of you could get them here in 30 days, depending on where they are and prepositioning of stuff. But it's going to take some time. So you're not likely to see any either semi-permanent or temporary of the modular solutions for Christmas. So you're looking more mid to end of January. Right? That's where those are. So the temporary solutions, which we are now using, we're going to be now using the JDF supply line to deal with, would be tents, heavy-duty tarps, and shrink wrap for roofing. There's a solution of a thick plastic that is shrink wrapped on a housing solution that will provide temporary shelter. So that's what we're doing. In addition to, the member from Eastern Westmoreland would know that we have commitments from our partners to come in and assist. I don't know if the Guyanese are here as yet. So we have Guyana, we have Ethiopia, we have Ghana, and we will have Rwanda, and we will have others from the Caribbean. And I'm working on others as we speak. So you'll start to see teams that will be taking on communities. 250 in the first instance from Guyana. I've said those will go to Eastern Westmoreland, and when the others come, we will assign them to constituencies. The members of parliament will be able to recommend the houses, but we'll give some quota of recommendation to councillors, some quota of recommendation to churches, and then there will be a reserve for, which comes in from the Ministry of Labour and Social Security, what their assessments have said. And I believe in that way, we would have covered all critical stakeholders who could have an input into who the beneficiaries are for those roof replacements. Right, so it would be just looking at the houses to say, yes, this house just needs to repair the roofing for 2 or 3 bedrooms or so, let's get cracking on that. But it would not be for rebuilding a house that is gone. All right?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hear somebody say, oh Lord, don't worry. Prime Minister, regardless of how we've campaigned against each other in the past, I wish you success in this matter, please. I wish you success in this matter, because your success is important to me and the people of Jamaica. Yes? I don't start from trying to do anything that will adversely affect the people of Jamaica. As a matter of fact, my concerns are indeed about the people of Jamaica that I have the privilege of representing. Now, I think there may be a little disconnect that is causing some of the issues. Because persons have made some accusations that I have defended you. You may be surprised to know, but I have defended you in saying that could not be so, right? Because in the middle of a disaster, I don't think it could be that way, right? When the ministers or the ministers of state goes out into a constituency and they don't inform or involve the elected official, that to me sows the seed of discord and causes that level of skepticism to arise. And so it may be your good office that you would need to use, sir, to say to them that when they're going out, they should ensure that they contact the persons that are duly elected and involve them in the process. So we don't find the need to suggest that the office is being circumvented or bypassing the process. That's one. Two, in terms of the distribution, I am grateful for every single thing that comes into the constituency because there is this great need for it. But what gives that perception, I think, that the member from Southwest was alluding to, is that you have people who are being benevolent. Their intentions are good, and they're coming into the space. But there isn't a location. Say you're coming into White House. There isn't a team, say, at White House Community Center that logs what is coming in to say, all right, even though I am from Beeston Spring and I want to go to my community, my family and friends, we are not trying to commandeer it. The government or myself as the MP, not saying to persons you can't go to your family and you can't assist them. What we're simply saying is that if there was a system that would log it to say 500 packages went there, then we would know that we don't need to duplicate that effort and that we need a 4-day window before we go to that community again. So I think it is some of that coordination that is needed, because in the PAAC meeting, Major Gale, I think it was, that said it's 116,000 packages that have been distributed. And that would have been for a 4-day period for the 120,000 families that you just mentioned. However, we've gone 20 a day, so you would have needed 5 cycles of it. So clearly other persons would have, what other persons are doing is certainly assisting. But it is the management of that process to streamline how those resources are coming in. Because what is happening, Prime Minister, is that if you live along those corridors that people come often, then you would have benefited repeatedly. But those that are shut in, elderly, infirm, disabled, in more remote locations, you need to have that structure in place so that when things come, we can say, all right, this needs to go up into Left Wall, or this needs to go up into Kilmarnock, or New Works, or wherever it is in the inner land, so that those people can get that benefit every 4 or 5 days. So that's a simple system that I'll be asking for. But I just want to be on record as saying that this has to be all hands on deck. This has to be a response that takes the input from not just us as politicians, but it has to take the input of, as you said not long ago, of other stakeholders, church, community groups, and other persons who have the interests of Jamaica at heart as to how we get aid to those persons that are in need. I too am not a specialist in disaster, but I have had to be learning. And I have just said food, water, shelter, medical care, and then we try to get back some persons to their livelihood. And, just trying to work through that process to ensure that we can assist some persons. PM, there are still persons in my own constituency that are without tarpaulins. And so if I come out and I make a comment, it is not intended certainly, I'm not stupid. I'm not saying something that is going to affect more relief coming to the people, whether from locally or internationally. I'm not doing anything to that. It is simply trying to outline what is going on and saying that there are persons here that are living in a certain condition, and we need a little bit more assistance for them.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to welcome the comments of the member from Westmoreland Eastern. I think I would describe it as a watershed moment in the debate on disaster response. And I welcome your comments. Now, just to say, member, that the complaints you have had regarding coordination are complaints on this side as well. My MPs quarrel with me vociferously about people just turning up, even government entities just turning up and they are unaware. Even ministers turning up and they are unaware. Same complaints. So I would never tell you that we have a perfect coordination. Now, ODPEM is to be the entity that coordinates the disaster. That's what it is. So it was formerly ODP, Office of Disaster Preparedness, which is to just get ready for the disaster. But then I believe it would have been, after Hurricane Gilbert, it became the Office of Emergency Management as well, managing after the disaster. Now, at the level of NGOs, there is some coordination that goes on in the sense that, okay, you're assigned here, you're assigned to Black River, you can go here, we will give you warehousing space here, and you operate. So, but at the level of someone just coming into the space and saying, hey, I want to contribute, the only kind of organization and the only way to capture that we have is to say, if the stuff is coming in and you say you're bringing it through ODPEM, then there is a process to clear it and you can get certain benefits. Now, from that point, there should be built on more management where we require people to register and let us know where they're going. The problem with that is that the well has been so poisoned that people believe that the government is coming to steal your stuff or to take away. And you find that there is genuinely resistance to giving the government or giving information, including collecting information about who received packages. So we have taken a decision that we are not collecting any information from persons who have received packages. However, that cannot continue forever. I'm sure when the PAAC meets, the question is going to be asked of the permanent secretary and the other officers who received the 116,000 packages. We won't be able to answer it because the very people who said, you know, you're asking us for IDs and we're suffering. We can't continue with it like this. So at some point, a system will have to be put in place. And we can't keep packaging stuff and moving it. We really need to move that back to the private sector where it has been done for decades, for hundreds of years. Wholesalers, retailers, corner shops, they package stuff and sell it. What the government should be doing is giving you a coupon or a debit card with cash on it, as it's done all over the world, and you go to the shop and you buy your stuff. But to do that, we need to stand up back the shops, and that's what we're doing. So this system that is going on now of everybody going into communities and throwing out bags and people getting, which does compromise the dignity of communities and the dignity of people in need, we need to end that very quickly. And that's what we're trying to do. So the JDF is going to transition its distribution network from food to materials to support the teams that are coming in to build. Because, you know, if you have 100,000 sheets of ply, you have to secure them. You need to have trucks to move them, or zinc, or whatever it is. So you see why that supply chain and that storage is necessary. And that's why the JDF is in charge of that, to manage, because it is going to come in, and we are going to need to manage it. And so, you know, we don't want to have to be competing with food or having zinc. So what we want to do is to move the food and stuff back to where it was normally distributed through the normal shops and so forth, and then have the JDF now start to do some of the rebuilding. When the MPs, when the ministers are going out, remember, just to be clear, the ministers of state and other ministers and senators and so, they have their official duties. When they're on official duty, it is the protocol, and it is established on my side, and I'm certain on your side, that the official minister, when you're on official duty, you should call. So if you're going to visit a school, if you're going to visit a church or the courthouse or whatever, the member of parliament should be notified. But the MPs have private lives, and they want to do some private things, the ministers, and so sometimes they are out. I've seen the videos where they have introduced themselves as Minister so-and-so. But I'm certain they weren't visiting a school or visiting, a government entity. Right? So if they are out on if they are out doing their private business, that's fine. But if they are out and they are going to a public entity or a government entity, it is the protocol that is well established and must be respected that the MP ought to be notified, whether it is the opposition MP or the government MP. I don't want anybody coming into my constituency without telling me if they're coming for official business.
Just a matter of housekeeping. I was just reliably informed by the Minister of Gender Affairs that the blue ribbon that is pinned to your jacket, that you should, purple, have me excuse, that you should wear it for 16 days, and those persons who are not in receipt of one, that you can take one from her. So for the next 16 days, you're asked to wear that on your lapel. Member from Centre and Southeastern.
Yeah, but I didn't turn my mic on at 9. Prime Minister, thank you. And thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing us to have this conversation. I'll make it quick, but I'll start with the fact that we've gone through the food phase and we agree that it's not in keeping with the dignity of people in the way that we'd want it. And I have had the experience of working in emergencies. I know the cards work. And so as we move to the next phase, I would suggest that we do not repeat that error. And instead of going to having supplies delivered, why don't we introduce the cards? Why don't we go that way now, allowing people to have a card with a set value which they can use? Yes, so I'm saying, so let's do that instead of, because we're talking about the issues of supplies and the use of the JDF. I am listening. I'm saying let's make that, Mr. Speaker, let's make that the priority now. I know you want to go on, but hear me out. The second thing has to do with, there is obviously a great measure of distrust, for want of a better word. A distrust, I'm not sure where the source is, Prime Minister, but it exists. It exists, and that's what I think you are responding to. And for us, for us to deny that it exists is to continue it. For it to ignore it is to allow it to fester. So my question then is, how is it that we're going to manage, how is it that we're going to reduce that level of distrust? And it's not limited to our people only. It's not restricted only to our people. It is also evident in terms of our ability to bring some of the private players to provide services in the response. So it is there. It is also reflected in where people are putting their resources. That is a sign of distrust. And it has nothing to do with the government of the day. It's a broader issue which we have to deal with. Now, the other thing is that the other thing which we need to focus on, and which you spoke about, is we do need to ensure that we have strong oversight. So don't expect people to trust without actually showing them why they should trust, without bringing them in. And so the question is, what mechanisms
Please.
of oversight?
Please stop.
What mechanisms
Stop a minute.
of oversight?
The member is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to know what is the question the member is putting to the most honorable Prime Minister. Because based on the Prime Minister's comments, so far the member has not asked a question as it relates to the Prime Minister's presentation. So I'd like to know, and the member must be aware it's 9 o'clock.
Thanks, member. It is for that it is for that reason that I turn your mic off, if you notice, because you were going on and I was trying to stop you. You need to get to the question. You're going to ask a question now.
The standards have changed in the last 10 minutes because we've been having a conversation.
Member, you're going to ask a question or not? Please. No, you're not going to say. Turn your mic on and you're going to ask a question directly, or else.
Mr. Speaker, will you protect me from
I'm only going to protect you if you're asking a question.
So here's the question. Here's the question. What mechanisms of oversight are we putting in place, and oversight which includes broad public participation? One. Secondly, how will the Parliament, including the opposition, as well as members of the public, participate in the Reconstruction and Resilience Program, which the Prime Minister announced? Those are the two additional questions. Thank you, Speaker.
Member from Southeast, St. Anne, for the two questions. So let's look at the one on trust, but it is also tied to the systems of accountability and transparency. Mr. Speaker, I'm a firm believer in the state, and I'm a firm believer in ensuring that the state has powers to be used for the benefit of the people. And the powers of the state must be such that its use can be questioned, that those who have power and authority must report, that there is openness and transparency in government, and that systems are in place to secure those. In our system, Parliament is an oversight body. We tend to want to depreciate the value of parliamentary oversight, primarily because it does have a high political motivation, but that does not remove the obligation or duty of Parliament for oversight. So before I tend to diminish Parliament, the idea is to strengthen Parliament, because Parliament is the people's representative who have been elected to stand here and ask questions and make laws. So we must never feel that we don't have the power of oversight. And so I'm very worried when parliamentarians stand up and say, somebody else must look over us. Then why were you elected, if not to look over the people's business? No, but I'm giving you my answer. So I have never I have never in any way abdicated my duty when I was opposition leader, minister, or prime minister, to act in the best interest and to oversee the public's duty, the public's business. I found that that was my duty. So the first line of oversight of the government must be the parliament. So when this whole matter was brought to us about how are we going to oversee what was happening, I said, well, let's form an oversight committee, a special committee, as we did in COVID. And it worked brilliantly. There was no issue. In COVID, I ended up having to use executive powers, meaning powers that did not have to necessarily go through all the rigors of use, of parliamentary oversight. But I still took it here. Yes. Every measure, when it was announced, we took it here and it was debated, and if needed to be changed, we changed. Because I just felt it was important that the use of executive authority still must have the oversight of Parliament. So I'm a firm believer that parliamentary oversight is the first stop in the business of transparency. I was quite disappointed when the opposition said, well, no, they won't participate in that. What they will do is use the PAAC. I said, fine. I have no problem with that. If you want to use the PAAC, which is to give general oversight to all the operations of government and not give specific oversight to the operations of the disaster, if that's how you want to do it, I don't have a problem with that. So let's do it that way, but let there be parliamentary oversight. Now, our democracy has evolved in the 90s to establish something called a social partnership. And the social partnership has been very useful, a very useful mechanism in giving oversight to politically contested, to highly political contested initiatives in the society. The social partnership has been very effective in giving oversight to the economic program of the 2000s, which we all benefit from now in establishing fiscal discipline and fiscal responsibility. EPOC, part of that social partnership. And we have an established social partnership. So as we establish the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority, I intend to use the social partnership to continue to give the kind of oversight. I don't need to go and recreate and reinvent the wheel and go outside of what is the established procedures and systems that have worked. That have worked. But outside of that, we must use technology to give openness, transparency, and access. So we have said to ODPEM, which is the focal point of the relief, which is one of the shortcomings of the institution before. They did not have an inventory management system. In short order, they have put one together. It is up and running. We need to go through the testing phase. And I've already said to them that once it is established, it's up and running, and you're sure there's not going to be any errors that will undermine its credibility, then we'll give you a public dashboard. So any member of the public can go on and see what ODPEM has in store, what it has given out, and who has gotten it. That's the best way. So that everybody who wants to say who is stealing what, and we'll have the data there to show that none of the nonsense that they are talking about is true. We have also said, no, but a large part of the undermining of the trust. You know, I see a member from that side saying, you know, you've gotten so many generators and this and that, and where have they gone? The point is, member, that we need to show the public everything that we have gotten and how it has been spent. That's one level of accountability and transparency. But when we talk about accountability, we only talk about accountability in the accounting sense. You got $1 and you spent $1. We now need to talk about accountability in the efficiency or in the economic sense. Why did you spend the $1 on this when you could have spent it on something else that would yield greater result. We're not at that stage yet. The public doesn't necessarily look at accountability in that sense. All right? So we also need to give the public confidence that the decisions that we are making, though they may not seem, you know, in the first instance to make sense, but with further review and analysis, you will see that they make even greater sense, like taking generators and just giving it to people, rather than take the generators and build resilience in our public institutions, which makes greater sense. Or do we take the 600 generators, and how do you give it to the 150,000 people or the 40,000? It don't make sense. Right? So what I'm saying is one thing to account for 600 generators. It's a next thing to say, how are you going to use them efficiently? That's another level of accountability. We need to take our people and explain to them, because many of them don't understand it. And we encourage a lot of the foolishness that people are saying. So you talk about trust member. We have a duty to say to our constituents, look, stop this foolishness. It is undermining the society. We all have a duty. I want to thank members for participating in this debate. I thought that this was probably the best debate we have had in this matter, and I want to thank members for participating.
As it is, member from St. Anne Southeastern, I made mention of the standing orders earlier, and I'm going to read from it again. No, it has to be done, because standing order 43, verse number 4, if a member shows disregard because it was done, and even though we're stopping the member, he went on and on and on. I turned the mic off because I wanted you to stop. All right. Please, make yourself affair with the book. Please. Announcements.
Laid on the table of the House are the following: the Road Traffic Reduction of License Duty Order 2025 and its resolution under the Road Traffic Act, the annual report of the Anti-Dumping and Subsidies Commission for the financial year 2020-2021, the annual report and audited financial statements of the Jamaica Social Investment Fund for the financial year 2024-2025, the annual report and audited financial statements of the National Irrigation Commission for the year ended March 31, 2024, and its related ministry paper numbered 43 of 2025, entitled Annual Report and Audited Financial Statements of the National Irrigation Commission for the year ended March 31, 2024. Annual Report and Audited Financial Statements of the Jamaica Bauxite Mining Limited for the year ended March 31, 2020, and its related ministry paper numbered 44 of 2025, entitled Annual Report and Audited Financial Statements of the Jamaica Bauxite Mining Limited for the year ended March 31, 2020, and finally the ministry paper numbered 45 of 2025, entitled Replenishment of the Multilateral Investment Fund of the Inter-American Development Bank. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Bills brought from the Senate, petitions, papers, report from committees, notice of motion given orally. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the Road Traffic Reduction of License Duty Order 2025 resolution. Whereas Section 18 of the Road Traffic Act, herein referred to as the Act, provides that the Minister with responsibility for finance, after consultation with the Minister, may, by order, revoke, increase, reduce, or alter any license duty specified in the third schedule to the Act, and may add any license duty to that schedule. And whereas on the 25th day of November 2025, the Minister with responsibility for finance, after consultation with the Minister, made the road traffic reduction of license duty order 2025 in order to reduce the license duty paid on motor vehicles temporarily imported into Jamaica pursuant to Section 35 of the Customs Act and Regulations 28 of the Customs Regulation for the purpose of recovery operations or restoration support in connection with the passage of Hurricane Melissa. And whereas subsection 2 of Section 18 of the Act provides that every order made under the section shall be subject to affirmative resolution. And whereas it is desirable that the road traffic reduction of license duty order 2025 be affirmed by resolution. Now therefore be it resolved by this Honourable House as follows. The resolution may be cited as a road traffic reduction of license duty order 2025 resolution. The road traffic reduction of license duty order 2025, which was laid on the table of the House on the 25th day of November 2025, is hereby affirmed. Mr. Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which was given.
Question and answers to question. Motion that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notices. Motion relating to sitting of the House. Motion for leave to introduce bills. Presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained. Public business.
Mr. Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier.
The question is that the standing orders be suspended to enable the Minister to take the motion, notice of which he gave earlier. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this order is simply to enable companies such as the Jamaica Public Service that is temporarily bringing in all the trucks that we're seeing out there to reduce the duties on the license that they would have to pay so that they can get on with the business of reconstruction. And so, Mr. Speaker, I want to conclude the debate, and I now move that the motion, notice of which I gave earlier, be approved.
Member.
Just a question. You said reduce the duty. Is it that we are eliminating the duty, or you hold like a bond and then as soon as the vehicle leaves, you pay back the bond? I mean, we obviously have absolutely no objection to duties being removed totally on vehicles that are here to deal with the recovery. So could you just clarify whether it's a reduction or an elimination, or whether the ministry holds a bond that is returned once the vehicle leaves?
This is actually when you go to license vehicle. That's what we're talking about. The road license that you pay at the THA.
So you're saying, like, I've seen a number of those white trucks that are doing the poles in the affected areas. They have to pay a road license when they come in? And so this order reduces it or eliminates it? Because we should be eliminating it, just to make it as simple as possible for those anything that has to do with the recovery. It should be a total elimination.
Minister, you may want to conclude at this time.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that the motion, notice of which I gave earlier, be approved.
The question is that the motion, notice of which the minister gave earlier, be approved. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Mike.
Mr. Speaker, it is not intended to do any further business today, and as such, I will move for the adjournment for a date to be fixed. However, Mr. Speaker, I do have one matter that on the motion for adjournment I plan to treat with, as I did on the last occasion that we were in the House. On the last occasion that we were in the House, Mr. Speaker, I read 2 letters on the matter of the Joint Select Committee that the Prime Minister had indicated that we should establish. And those 2 letters was a letter that came to me from the leader of opposition business and my response to him. In the conversation thereafter, and having gone to my office, there was another letter that came from the minister from the leader of opposition business that I did not have at the time, and my response. And I think in completeness, I have to read both again into the record of Hansard, and I'll make it quick. So this was sent on the 9th of November by electronic mail. It said, "Dear Minister, we acknowledge your receipt of yours on November 7th in response to mine of the same date. We wish to make it clear that the opposition," this is from Member Paulwell, "wish to make it clear that the opposition has been unequivocal and consistent in all its recommendations to the government in the aftermath of the destruction caused by Hurricane Melissa. At no time did we intimate what you are suggesting, which would be tantamount to an undermining of the role of the PAAC, which we chair. The interpretation by you is far-fetched and is a glaring misunderstanding of the points raised by the leader of the opposition at the PMP press conference on the November 3rd, 2025. To make our position lucidly clear, I will quote directly from the words used by the leader of the opposition at the said press conference in his recommendation for a broad-based task force drawn from private sector and NGO church leaders and with representatives from the government and the opposition be established and put in charge of overseeing the management and distribution of assistance in cash and kind received locally and from overseas for hurricane relief. This will provide necessary transparency and accountability for these resources and will send the important signal of unity that the country is looking for at this time. The exclusion of the opposition from the distribution governance mechanism will give rise to negative and unnecessary perceptions of partisanship, victimization on the ground, which it is best to avoid. It was never contemplated or suggested that the proposed task force should be a committee of parliament. With its procedural formalities and its well-known scheduling challenges, the emphasis was on unity and the need to put in place a national body to ensure a united approach. If a parliamentary commission is to be the governance oversight mechanism, then it makes sense to use the PAAC since the opposition chairs that committee. It would be ludicrous and self-defeating for a committee chaired by the government to pretend to provide oversight of what the government is doing in managing the disaster, especially now that ODPEM is no longer perceived to be independent as it has been subsumed within the OPM. I do hope that this provides you with clarity, which we find unnecessary in the face of our clearly stated position. Best regards, Philip Paulwell. And the response, references made to your, which was sent on the 13th of November, references made to your email November 9th, 2025, which has only now come to hand. I wish to note that the matter of an oversight task force was not referenced in your initial response. The Prime Minister, in his comprehensive statement to the House, did indicate that existing national stakeholder frameworks, such as the National Partnership Council and other coordinating bodies, could be leveraged to ensure transparency, accountability, and effectiveness of the relief effort. The Joint Select Committee was a clear response to your call for greater oversight, aimed at fostering national consensus and enhancing oversight by having a committee of parliament that focuses solely on Hurricane Melissa relief. The opposition has rejected this overture and further set back the government's drive for national consensus in this time of national disaster. I still find your position regrettable, perplexing, and inconsistent, and I do hope that you will be able to impress upon the parliamentary opposition that this is a time for unity, togetherness, and sameness of purpose. On the motion of adjournment, both letters will again be read into the record to update the Hansard accordingly. I trust that this brings the matter to a close.
And then,
Mr. Speaker, like the last occasion where that letter was not read into the records, there is another letter that was submitted on the 15th of November that I think, in all fairness, ought to have been read just now by the leader of government business. And in that, because he has failed to do that, I will read into the records for the purpose that the minister has cited. This letter is dated the 15th of November. It says, "Dear Minister, your desire, as expressed in your letter dated November 13, 2025, to prematurely close this matter cannot be granted. Our strong and fervent call for a broad-based national task force to provide overall oversight to all the activities relating to Hurricane Melissa will not be defeated by sleight of hand or subterfuge. We will continue to wage this struggle until the government is convinced that it's the best practice to adopt so as to build confidence in a low-trust environment. Again, to be clear, our call has been made because we want to engender a spirit of national unity, as the entire country must be mobilized to work together to recover from the disaster which has befallen us. This broad-based task force, while comprising some of our elected representatives, must include members of the church community, the private sector, and other NGOs. Your insistence that the proposed Joint Select Committee of Parliament was to satisfy our call remains absurd and unreasonable. The Jamaican people do appreciate the great distinction. You have also indicated in said letter that you will again use the motion on the adjournment of Parliament to address this matter. That is inappropriate and will be resisted. A better course will be to do a ministerial statement which allows for a more transparent process to address the issues herein. Much regards.
No, Mr. Speaker, again, I think the leader of the opposition business, who's been here even longer than me, is searching for something that cannot be found here. We have raised a Joint Select Committee, and the only reason why these letters were read is because the leader, the Prime Minister, indicated in the House that a Joint Select Committee would be appointed. So if we move to not appoint the Joint Select Committee, we would have to update the record of Hansard as to why that is happening. The bringing in a national task force, which is a separate discussion than the Prime Minister saying we're moving to appoint a Joint Select Committee, is quite frankly not the place for that conversation. The conversation is solely about our parliamentary procedure to try and appoint a Joint Select Committee, and the opposition saying no, we will not participate in that Joint Select Committee. There's no equivalency. We're saying there was a call for oversight, and the government has suggested a Joint Select Committee as a mechanism of oversight and said that we would so appoint, and the parliamentary opposition has said no, we will not participate, and the records have been updated accordingly. All the other discussions can be had on matters that are not relevant directly to the Joint Select Committee. With that said, I ask for this Parliament to be adjourned for a date to be set.
The request is on the floor that this sitting of the House be adjourned for a date to be set. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. This parliamentary sitting is now adjourned.